Y'all, looks like everybody's in here. Let's get started. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, go right. Go ahead and keep your mic unmuted unless you really have some serious noise right behind you. I don't mind a little bit of a disturbance. It's okay because I really need that quick response from you, and I will be asking you a lot of questions. So let's get started. Today, you're going to learn about objects and methods that you have been using all along, but we have not been able to go deeper into it because there's so much intricacies into this. But let me start with first creating a project. So new Java project, and we're going to call this methods and objects. Oh Lord, oh yeah, snake case or train case. Methods and objects. Finish. There it is. Comes with the library you saw, and a project directory was given to you, but nothing in it. You right click, new, create a package, and give it a name. And we're going to call it class practice, all lowercase. And definitely no spaces allowed. So I got this project and got the package. Let me create a class. And let's call this notes. We'll just call it notes. Create a public static void main. Finish. And we're going to do some notes here. Now, so far, you already know that any question about the class being the same thing as this notes.java file. They're the same thing. Yes? Notice this notes, exactly the same name is appearing case by case on this. So there is no difference between a class or notes.java file. Okay, so they're exactly same thing. And you have this class bracket that starts here and then ends here. And everything, all the code needs to be inside that. You also notice that. We don't write anything outside of this other than the import statement that used to come and stay right here, which is automatically done by Java. So that little spot from where it says package class practice and class notes, anything goes in here, we cannot touch. That space is reserved for Java to bring in import statement. You have also seen that inside this public class notes, or this class that we've been creating, which is starting here and ending right here, we have been using a method called main. And I did not talk much about this. I was like, yeah, we'll just do it on a particular day because it's too much. But you just blindly came in added this method stub from creating the class template, which gave you this method stub. Along with it gave you this little thing that was kind of a commented out. You crossed this off and then you wrote your code here. Okay. What you were told is that Java, when you run this particular Java class, Java first goes in here and looks for the main method. Once Java finds the main method, he goes in and then starts executing the code line by line, whatever's inside it. When he hits this end of this bracket, Java leaves and it's done. You can write anything in here above this method or below this method. As long as you are inside the class, you're okay to write more code here, more code here. It's okay. The only time Java will access those code is if you ask Java to access that code inside the main method. What does that mean? Well, what that means is this main method is reserved for Java. This is like the executive office. All this time, you've been sitting inside the executive office room with the chief executive officers, chief financial officers, the top level, the president of the company, and they have been calling all the shots. So, in any lines right here are all the shots that the company executives were making, and that's how it works. Java does not go anywhere else. Java will come to this executive office, which is main, and anything you write here, Java is going to take line by line, one after another, and execute them. And if the executive office does not ask Java to go somewhere else and execute something else, Java will not do it. So that means you could be writing a lot of stuff here and a lot of stuff here. Java will not even look at it if you don't put a statement inside this main method saying, hey, Java, I want you to jump from here, go in here, check this code, and do whatever this code does, and then come back again. If you don't tell Java to do that from this main method, Java won't do it. Okay. The nicest thing is you can also tell Java to not only go from here to here, but you could have Java to go jump from here to another class, a code inside another class right here, or another class right here, or even another package that you created over here. And inside that package, you could have more classes. And it doesn't matter. You could ask Java from here to jump to this specific class under this specific project and go and ask him to get something, maybe do something, whatever that might be. It is totally possible, and you are required to do that. Does that make sense? All this time, when I talk about kitchen cabinets and you are inside the kitchen and you're cooking, you've been living inside that kitchen, which is this main method. Okay? Today, you are going to get out of that kitchen and go maybe into another room outside of that kitchen. And not only in another room, but step out of that whole house and go into a separate house, into a separate class, and even put stuff there, like a warehouse, like as if you rented a storage because you don't have enough space in your house. You had to leave those things in the storage. I am going to show you how that's done, while you can actually don't have to stockpile everything in here inside it's the same room or even the same house. You have, with the power of Java, to create storage, to create houses, to create more rooms inside houses, and organize your stuff into those and get it as quick as you want to, anytime, anywhere, and be that kind of powerful, organized person. I want you to think of a project that we have been creating. This is our project here. Let me just create a few more classes to kind of, um, let's take a look at this one here. Something maybe I have a few, yeah. Okay. Take a look at this project, Java String Math and Scanner. Let me zoom in. I want you to think of this project here, Java String Math and Scanner, like a country. And think of a package like a state. And all of these classes that you see are like a city, or however way you want to look at it. If you want to call this like a room in a house, a separate room in a house, then this would become a house. And then this package would become another house. And this project is going to become a city. So inside a city, you can have multiple houses, house one, house two. And then you can have multiple rooms. Each room has certain things, and you can create as many as you want to. There is no limit to do that. And this is how basically developers write their codes. They don't write all their code into one particular class. They don't. Can somebody tell me why? Why wouldn't we want to write everything in one class?
The file would be very big one thing. Another thing too is the arrangement and easy to use. It is better to keep in separate place so that anybody can, the developer especially can use whenever he likes to use anything from any storage.
Absolutely. That is correct. And what happens if the file gets bigger? What kind of problem could it arise? Would it be
It
easy
can
to
take
understand for somebody else going in there and trying to write a code?
it can take more time to execute.
It can take more time to execute for Java. And if the code is like 3,000 lines, like look at this class right here, we have 11 lines. If everybody is writing on the same class, this 11 could become 11,000 lines. How are you going to go in there and in that 11,000 lines understand what in the world is going on, and really for you to go in and figure out where am I going to put my piece of the code? That could be a super nightmare. Okay? So this practice is absolutely not allowed or recommended at all. Then what is the best thing to do? Well, the best thing to do is break these 11,000 lines into smaller classes. Have as many classes as you want to. What if you want to have 11,000 classes and only one line of code in each of those classes? Well, that's better. You rather have more classes, you rather have more houses in a city than having one house and try to put 3 million people inside the house. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The city government would rather have, hey, I just want one person living in one house versus 3 million people living in one house. We can have 3 million houses because we got a lot of land. There's no limits of the land. Therefore, same thing applies for Java. When we do this project and these packages that we're creating, there is no limit of how many packages you want to create. There is no limit of how many classes you want to create. The best practice is keep the smallest amount of code in each classes so that you don't overfill them with code, because then it's going to be too many people in one house and there's going to be a lot of problems and fights. What kind of problems? Well, there's going to be code issue, code conflict. One code may not go with another code and there could be a lot of mess. And therefore, later down the road, websites don't work. There's like bugs and errors, and developers cannot resolve those errors. They get into a complicated oblivion. They can never come back. So it is a standard pack practice that you have least amount of code, but in each classes, and you're welcome to create as many classes as you want. Do you understand that concept?
Yes.
Okay, so now that you know that we are going to be splitting things up, we're not going to put all our code into one little tiny kitchen we've been working in. We're going to be putting in different houses inside different rooms. Then you need to know how to go to that house and bring that stuff that you wanted to make that turkey. So if you have a freezer in a storage place, and let's say a freezer in a storage, and this is your kitchen right here, you need to know how to go there, find the turkey, bring that over to your kitchen, and then cook it, and then serve it to your guests. So today's class is basically, I'm going to show you the ways of going there and getting stuff and work that stuff into your kitchen area or your executive room and then make things happen. So there's a whole idea of today's class is that. So let's get going with this. And everything starts with that idea called a method. So we're going to start with this method idea first. I can't honestly give you this wisdom in one word. So I'm going to build you into this and it will come to you as a piece together. So just bear with me. So let's understand, deep dive into what is a method. At the end of the class, you will understand the whole thing, how we're going to go and get stuff and really so. But these are preliminary stuff. Methods. You have heard of this. Method is basically a function, and you heard me uttering a lot about method and so forth. But I never really went deep into what it is. But this is a method right here, main method. An example, main method. Okay. Any other method that you can tell me from all this time we have been doing? Just throw some ideas. Anything else that you've seen that you know, Stein said that was a method. Maybe that could have been a method. We've been using a lot of methods. String has a lot of methods. Map had a lot of methods yesterday. ArrayList had a lot of methods that we used. Give me some that you just throw it.
Actually, the method is the some pieces of codes that executes to get some output.
Yeah, no, I'm not
So
asking for definition. I want you to just throw some at me. Throw some methods that we used. What are some of the methods names that we used for our calculations or doing something? I'll give you
Next.
one. I'll give you one.
mm,
Dot equal.
Next.
Yes, yes. Dot.
Dot equal ignore
Dot
cases.
next.
Mhm.
Dot next. Yeah.
Yeah, no, dot next.
What about from the day one of Java class? Did we not use dot println?
Mm-hmm.
What about dot equals ignore case? Remember that?
so is
What
this
about
the
yesterday?
method or
Huh?
Stein? Is it the method or this is the example of the method?
Yeah, these are examples, like examples of methods. Yeah, and these are methods,
Then
right?
we did a lot. We did a
Yeah,
lot.
you did a lot. Tell me more. What about
Okay.
yesterday? Map dot put. Remember that?
Yeah, map.put, dot
Which is
get,
like you can just say dot put. What else?
dot get.
Dot get.
Yes.
Set, yeah, dot.
Dot length.
Dot length.
Uh,
Absolutely.
Dot size.
Dot size. Yeah. Okay, we'll stop here. I think you got the idea. Every one of these things that we used are methods. Still, I didn't define what method is yet, but just wait, bear with me. What do you notice? All of this that I wrote, how do I know? What do you see a pattern in this writing? What do you notice that they have all in common?
All lowercase.
Starts
should
with a
have-
dot and
Starts with a
dot
And all
dot.
lower cases.
and ends with open close parenthesis.
I heard also all lowercase
Yes.
cases and ends with, I also heard ends with open
Close
Close.
parenthesis.
closed parentheses. Okay. How come this is not all lowercase?
it's camel case.
Yes, camel.
So, but this is all lowercase. So can they be all lowercase? Or should they be camel case?
They should be camel.
Always
Camel case.
camel case.
Methods are in camel case.
Must be in camel
Mm-hmm.
case. Now, the reason this is not in camel, it doesn't look like a camel case, because it only has one word.
Yeah.
If it had another word, let's say next line, that L would have been in uppercase to make it into a camel case. But because these are only one word, camel case starts with all lower first word. So technically, even though it looks like a lowercase, but it's not all lowercase, it's actually a camel case.
Mhm.
Everybody who wrote these methods that you have been using so far, they have been following the Java standard, which is a camel case. And you should follow that same standard when you create a method with that camel case all the time. Even when you go for a company working for and with my assignments. And you are also noticing that it ends with this parenthesis. So it's always going to be like that. Anytime you see something with a dot and then has the camel case name followed by a parenthesis, automatically assume it is a method. That's it, or for you to identify what a method is. Any questions so far?
No.
No.
Okay, so those are the three things. Now, what's the purpose of these methods? So purpose, well, let's start with the definition first. And definition is method is a block of code which is executed when called. Okay? So a method is a block of code wrapped together, bundled together. That's why it's a block. And it's only going to get executed when you call it. Just like when you called next line with a dot, it got executed. When you said println, somebody wrote this method to do something with this output thing, console thing, it got executed. When you call,
Fine.
Yeah.
Println, L is lowercase.
This one?
Yes.
It is?
Yeah, it is.
If it is, then that developer probably, it was written way long back and somebody didn't fix it. That will be my 2 cents on that one.
Yeah.
But don't follow this practice, okay?
Yeah, I was a bit confused when I checked again and again, and it is the same.
Yeah. Yeah, but you might, I doubted you'll find a whole lot of those mistakes that they made. And it probably came in from the systems and nobody wanted to go in there and change that because then they have to change so many things in all these other files that are using that same println with the lowercase l. Now they have to change that to a capital L. So they probably decided just to leave it the way it is. But that's not the standard anymore. The standard is camel case.
Camel case.
Yes. Yeah. So follow that. This is one exception, maybe. You might find one or two more exception. I haven't seen any. Okay. So a block of code that will be executed only when you call it. And why do we need it like that? Well, the purpose. First of all, reusability.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, block of code means like which is already written inside that method, right? It's not
Yeah.
that what we are writing.
So if you write like, let's say 5 lines of code inside a method, that's that block of code.
Okay, but say .next or .println, .get, these are code already written in the Java language, right?
That's correct. So somebody already created a method called .length. And inside that .length, if I were to control click on it, it's going to take me to that particular method, which method is going to be somewhere inside a class. Because you see, That's how things are. There's a kitchen, which is this, which is located in a house called a class. And classes are located in a package, which is like a city, which is a house inside a city. So there is no difference of that. So if you control click on one of these methods, it's going to take you there where that method is. Let's do a quick example right here. We can see it right now. We know that we have this thing called string, and if I put something, I give it a name called name, and I put my name and close it, we know that this name is a variable that we created who has all the capabilities of this string. By the way, which I never told you, this string that I just wrote here is like a data type, which you know. This is where it gets mysterious. This string, even though I told you all this time that it is a data type, which is true, but it is also a class created by somebody. As a matter of fact, if I press and hold Control button and hover over, I can go to that particular class and see who wrote it, how they wrote it, what they wrote in there. Let's do it. I may not understand a thing. I'm right here. It jumped me to that class right now. Here's this public. They also wrote this word final, which I will explain this shortly. And then there's that class name. And then there's that class called string. And look at all these notes this guy wrote. And then only a few lines of code here. Look at all the notes. Because these guys are the Java creators who created the Java language. And there is like, goodness gracious, unfortunately, there's probably 1,000 lines of codes. But mostly it's notes. You're welcome to go in there and analyze the codes, which I haven't done yet. There's a lot. This is not probably well practiced for a website developer that's going to be working with you. But because these guys are system files creators, and they really needed to put all those methods in there, therefore it was allowed for them, and they had it. But there's a lot of notes, as you can see. These are all notes with the star right there. What if I wanted to use a method and jump into that method? Like, let's say if I take the word name, which I stored it into a data type called string. Actually, that data type is the class, is actually stored it as a class. Meaning now, with this word name, if you put a dot, it gives you access to all the methods this guy wrote inside that class. Okay. All the methods inside that class we can use. And each of these methods is a block of code. Complicated code that does something for you. We don't know what the code is, but we just know what it does. Okay? I don't know who created the microwave and what kind of machine it is, but I know that I can put the food in there and press a few buttons and then it gets hot. That I can make popcorns in it. But do I really know how the microwave is made? No. Do you need to know how they wrote the code inside? No. You just need to know how to use the microwave or how to use these methods, which you've been doing so far. And that's all you have to do for the rest of your lives in this industry. So what if we knew that there was a method called toLowercase? Let's take a look at it. ToLowercase. As I type, the list gets smaller and smaller, telling me, okay, because you wrote this much, with those how much you wrote, there's two things here that you can use. And we usually just go with that one right there. And then let's say I finish that off with saying two lowercase. Two lowercase. What it does, you know that it takes my name and makes this capital S into a lowercase, and there shouldn't be any uppercase at all. That's what it's doing. But if I press the control button and hover over to this word called two lowercase, which is the method name, and click on it, it's going to take me to that string class into that method where that method is written. So watch this. Right there. Here is a method. It started with the word public, has the word string. I'll explain that shortly. But how do I know this is a method? I see this camel case right here. If you ask me, how am I going to notice this is a method? Well, obviously, it has this public thing. It has, you don't know this part, which I'll explain. But at least you know, here's a camel case name followed by open close parenthesis that we just talked about. You may be asking, well, it doesn't have a dot. Well, the dot is when you're going to call it. Whenever you're going to call the method, you have to use that dot to call it. What does that mean? Well, that means if you want to really, that's like a little spell. You got to throw that little spell to have access to that method, and that's that dot. So right now, the method is created. It's really not calling it. Therefore, you don't need to place a dot here. It's just getting created. And it has this open close parenthesis for you to recognize. Let's see if we even understand this code. What it's doing is it's returning something, which I'll talk about it, to lowercase local.getDefault. Honestly, I don't understand this code. But it does it. It takes that, maybe it's going into another method. See, if I just click on this to lowercase, I don't know. It does what it does, and you really don't need to understand what it does. But this is how you can get to the place by clicking on Control Click. And the idea that I wanted to instill in you is that all data types are basically not the primitive ones. All the wrapper classes and all the non-primitive data types that we talked about are actually classes. And you can go into that class, and there are methods inside the class like to lowercase. You can use those methods and get your work done to do whatever you want to do. You don't have to create. You don't have to go through the hoops and loops and create methods for you to do something when you go work for somebody. Why would you do that when somebody already created it? The idea is like this. Somebody already has 5 turkeys in a storage, and you got a party coming and you got to feed somebody. Why go to the store and buy one? It's all free. In the Java country, everything is free. So why don't you just go to the storage of Johnny, who has 5 turkey in the freezer waiting? If you know that he has it, go over there and get one of those turkey and have your party. That's the whole idea of this Java setup that we have. All these classes and all these methods are available for you for free. Don't try to recreate it. And that's what reusability means. Reusability is like you make it once, create once, and use as many times needed. Okay? That way you avoid duplication. Duplicate work. Do not duplicate work, because if you duplicate work, you waste resources. You waste several extra lines on a class. You make your code too heavy for other people to understand. With me so far?
Yes.
So understand what I just told you, and if you find a recruiter ask you these kinds of theoretical questions, try to portray what I just said. Obviously, it's not going to come out exactly what I said. It's okay. You don't have to say it the way I said it. But they're going to try to poke you to hear these concepts from you. When you're going to talk like that, when you're going to say that you want to reuse the same thing, you don't want to write extra lines of code, basically it's going to portray to the recruiter a Java personality you have, a coding personality you got. That's what they're looking for. They don't want to hire a guy who is just arrogant and he's just going to write whatever he wants to and he doesn't understand the big picture. They're going to try to see what kind of picture you have in your mind, if you're going to be a suitable coder in that company. And you have to bank on this idea of reusability. Then you push the button there because they're going to like you, because they want that wise guy who, anybody can write code, but a wise coder is always thinking design. How are you gonna write less code but get it done? Work smarter, not work harder. Clean code versus messy code. Too many lines of code in one class versus few lines of code in many classes. So take those concepts in mind when you go into that interview. Talk about it. If you smell that the recruiter is asking something in that area, that's what the recruiter is wanting to hear from you, immediately jump in, shine here, talk about it, portray your vision for how to organize your code and write your code. Okay, if you don't do that, you miss out on that point. And a big intelligence, guys, I have to throw this in there right now, kind of off topic. It's not about how much you know in Java that's going to get you the job. It's about how much you know what the recruiter is wanting to hear from you. Okay, there's a big difference there. I don't know if I could explain this well, but always think what is he really wanting to hear from me, not what he asked the question. Sometimes he may ask you a question, he didn't put the question properly. He wants to hear something from you, but he didn't ask the right question because he's human. Okay? It can happen. But you need to look under that question. Always think under the question, what does this guy want to hear from me? Don't focus on that question too much literally. If you can tailor your answer to what does this guy want to hear from me, and if you can deliver that answer, oh my God, you pushed a major button, which most candidates don't, because all these candidates that are real candidates, they're so nerdy, they don't have this social psychology built properly. So you are going to shine over there when you go there. You're like going to be a superstar, not just in the code, but even in the social skills. You are just going to be awesome. And you're going to be the first choice in getting that job. And not just that, you will never lose the job because nobody want to lose a guy like you. because you're so understanding. So use that. I will talk more about it when you get into the marketing class after you finish this project and go into the psychology of the interview. Okay. But anyway, kind of got off track there. The second thing about the purpose of the method is organization. Organization is basically you store things in places so that others can easily access. And they don't duplicate stuff. If you don't organize it properly, then another developer is going to be like, oh, maybe nobody wrote this method, and I need this method to get my thing done. I can't find it, so nobody wrote it. They're not going to come and ask you, hey, did you ever write this? They might be just, forget it. It's rather I just make one instead of just asking somebody, hey, was it there? Just gonna look weird. So they're probably not going to ask you. What they're going to do is end up creating the same method that you already created. Your method may have 5 lines of code. His method is 7 lines of code, does the same thing. Guess what? Unnecessary 7 lines of code is put into this entire project, which was totally not needed. And that's the whole point of organization. If you organize it with a specific class name and you have your stuff organized in that class name, what does that mean? That means if you put a class name called kitchen and you put your microwave method and you put your stove method, your refrigerator method inside that kitchen, then somebody walk into your house would be like, oh, okay, let me go to the kitchen. He has a kitchen, and let me go in there. I should be able to find those kinds of things. And sure enough, they found it. But if you put microwave, you don't even have a room called kitchen, and you have it something else, then somebody walk in your house is gonna get confused. And if you have your microwaves in the bedroom and your nightstand in the kitchen, somebody's gonna go into the kitchen and not find a microwave and is gonna be like, okay, I need to create a microwave. But he didn't know that you put the microwave in the bedroom. So he created another microwave in the kitchen. Now you have another one in the bedroom. So you get the point that the organization matters, and how you organize. If you organize well, people don't have to create extra lines of code and duplicate things. Any question?
No.
Let's actually tippy toe walk into and see how we're gonna create a method, and I'll talk more about every parts of the method. Notice I am still inside this main method here. So this is the executive room. You cannot have method inside another method. Okay, here's another thing. You cannot create another method inside another method. So cannot create a method inside another method. But can create methods as many methods. Can create methods, multiple methods inside a class. That means here's my class starts nodes, starts right here and finishes all the way down here. And here's my main method finishing right here. Main method finishes here. and main method started here. So from the start to this finish, I am not allowed to create a method inside another method. I can call the method, cannot create one. But I can create a method anywhere in here. As long as I don't go outside of this last bracket, which is the close bracket, meaning this is the back door of the house, and this is the front door of the house. You're welcome to create as many rooms as you want. You can go out as far as you want to, but you cannot go outside the house and try to create a room. It's not gonna allow you to do that. So
So that means we can create multiple methods in one class.
correct. Yes. You have
We
to
can
Go ahead. Andrew?
we cannot create another method inside other method, but we can use other method inside another method, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Both correct. Now let's try to work with the method, and we'll take a baby step, then go deeper into it. First of all, here, I am going to go in here in this main method, the executive room, where the Java comes. And on our day one, we've seen sysout, something like this. And then we put whatever we wanted to. My name is John. Okay. And then if we ran this, we saw it printed out, my name is John. Right? Java came to that specific thing. Where's my pen tool gone? There it is. And obviously it's not going to want to work now. Hold on a second. There. And Java came right here. Saw this method. You're calling a method located in a class called system, package call out, and method called println. It send this data into that method. We'll talk about it shortly. And it executed. What it does is it prints it in this console, and it did that. Okay. Now, with that in mind, we always thinking about do I have to write all of these things, so many things? Why can't we just make it a little bit easier? Can I just change that and put it inside another method that has an easy method name? Absolutely. Here's what you can do. You can come outside this executive room and be in this space and then create a method. Let's just copy what we see here. We see this public, static, void, and then the method name. So let's just follow this. Or before I take you there, sorry, let me do another different way. What if I didn't want to say this? Because I'm like, it's too much to write. What if I just wanted to say print or type? Can I do that? Absolutely. Now, this is obviously giving me an error. If I hover over, you're going to notice it says the method type, and it takes string inside. That my name is John is a string. It kind of was smart enough to notice that you're putting string in there, and you called a type and then you have this open close parentheses. So Eclipse understood that you're trying to call a method, and it's telling you that the method you just said, type, and then it takes a string, is undefined, meaning nobody still wrote it, or at least on this particular class, it's unavailable, undefined, nobody wrote it. He's giving you a solution. A quick fix is create a method, type string. Now, if I click on this, keep your eyes over here, it's going to create a method for you, like a method stub that we saw for the main method that we always bring in. So I'm going to click on that right there. It gave me this little template. In fact, it created this method called type. It has this open close parentheses, and it has something in it. Talk about it in a second. Now, the private, static, and void, I'll get to it shortly. But just notice that now this error is gone. And when you call this method, he knows that there is a method there called type in camel case. Let's talk about the parameter here. This, anything that's inside this open close parentheses is called parameters. And I'll write you into the notes. It's really hard to just put it in a sequence. So I might be jumping back and forth trying to explain this to you. Think of a method like a machine. Even before that, I just want you to see how it works. Hold on. So take a look at this. I'm going to delete this. And all I wanted to do is I didn't want to write this sysout. My name is John. I didn't want to keep writing sysout, and then print and do all that. It's too much. I just want to say type and then say that and do that. Well, what you're going to do is inside this method stuff that you got, if you take this whole thing, cut it from there, and paste it, and run it, watch this. You have this, my name is John. I'm going to print it out. What happened? Well, Java came to the main method. Java went here. Java saw that you have a method, you're calling a method called type. He looks for the method called type and found it. He went inside the method and saw system out println. He knows he's going to print it right here. What is he going to print? My name is John. And then he printed that out here. Make sense? You guys are muted.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. Now, what if I wanted to write my name is Stein and then run this? What do you think it's going to print out?
It will not.
It will print my name is John.
Correct. If I run this, it's still printing out my name is John. Why is that? He still went to this.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he went to this method. He went in here. He didn't care what you send and what you're asking. He went in and he saw my name is John, and he printed out my name is John, even though I said my name is Stein. So what you have to do for this to work is you have to actually not hard code this here. Instead of hard coding, you have to find a way to pass this data from here to exactly right there. And the way to do that, think of a method like a roti maker, okay? A roti maker, let's take a look at a roti maker. I don't know if you've seen one. I'm gonna draw something similar kind of modified one. Kind of sort of looks like this. And then there's like conveyor belt right here. This is like a little funnel. Over here, you put flour, okay? And then you put a little bit of salt and some water. It all goes in here, gets mixed up, and then goes through a little machine that will flatten it out. And then it gets heated up and it gets flipped up. And then beautiful roti starts coming out of this conveyor belt. Okay? It's like a machine. It has an input. You input something, it does something, and then you got an output of the product that you want. I want you to think of every method is the same like a roti maker. This is a roti maker. And here's your funnel right there. So anything that you see in this open close parenthesis, this is your input. This is what it's going to say, what you're going to put in. The flour, water, and salt. That's going to go in here. This is going to tell you what you need to put in. Okay, so whenever you look at this parenthesis, it's going to tell you what you need to put in. If it has more than one thing, it's going to be more than one thing. And inside is where that machine makes the roti, which is this line of code. And then outside comes out something which I will explain this a little bit more towards the end of the class, but I just want you to focus on this input thing for now. Now, here, if this is the input comes in pairs, kind of like the same thing we did always for data. This is like a short-term storage for your input. Over here, notice it says string, and then it has a lowercase string. What it's telling you that you can put your input right here. Your first input has to be in the type of a string, and we gave a short temporary storage name called string. It doesn't have to be called string. You can change the storage name. You could say flour, okay, or water. You could say flour in that roti maker. You want that flour. You can have as many as you want. In fact, you could say comma string, I also want water. With me so far?
Yeah.
And then you could say I want string. It doesn't have to be string. You could say I want int salt. All that is what you're saying that, hey, I got this machine that makes roti, and the ingredients that you need for that recipe that you need to put into the machine, one is flour, but that's the type of a string type of flour, which is like, Chakki or some other company made, not just any kind. You got to give it water, but it has to be a bottled water, not a tap water, and that's what that means. And you have to do salt, but not just any salt. You have to put in like sea salt, which is that int, kind of telling you exactly what type of salt you have to put in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What we're going to do, because we're not making roti, we don't need these three things. We only need one thing we're just going to print. We can just call this any text. Okay, any text. Now, what's going to happen is immediately when you have this method type and then you are passing this text, you're putting this flour inside that parentheses. That means you're giving it what that machine wants. That is going to go in here, which is called any text. and it's going to wait there. It's a local variable only recognized inside this method and nowhere else. And that any text is actually holding this stuff right there, holding the flower that you just put in. And you wanted that flower to come out right there. That means you need to cut this off and put this any text that you wanted to print right in there. Make sense?
If you give the example, then it will be clear.
Absolutely. So if I take this, my name is John out and write any text. Notice this got highlighted. What's happening now, if I run it, I got my name is Stein. This my name is Stein. You put it into this machine. Machine has a temporary place to store it called any text.
So that means any text is a class
Any text
or method.
is a
It is class
cabinet.
from cabinet, right?
Is a cabinet that you put this in. So what's inside that? My name is Stein. And then this guy who rolls the roti, he goes to that cabinet, opens that cabinet, and finds this stuff. My name is Stein. And then he takes that, whatever that's inside the cabinet, he puts it right in here. What that to the method println, and this println takes whatever inside that cabinet and prints it out right here.
Can we say any text a variable?
Absolutely. It is a reference variable. It is a reference variable that is storing this whatever I am writing in here. Tomorrow, I can have another method. Same. I don't even have to say system.out anymore. I could just say, I am an engineer. Notice the beauty of this is I don't have to say system.out.println anymore. I could just keep on saying type, 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 type. No problem. Run it. Here's my name is Stein, and I'm an engineer. What happened first time? My name is Stein. That whole text or string went and stored right there in the input. And that same input, I'm printing it out in the method. And it got printed out right there. Next line, when use the same thing again. Went to any text. That same any text got printed out here, which got printed out. There. Get it? Let's
So
take
I have
some.
one question.
Sure.
Instead, line number 29 or 30, we type that type, then within the parenthesis, my name is blah, 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 something like that. So instead of type, if I write print, then what will happen?
If
Will
you
it
write
accept
what? If you write what?
print?
Print. Okay. So if you write print, it's going to throw an error. Reason
Oh,
is,
but if I change the line 35, void type instead of type, if I write print,
then it's
will
going to
work.
work. Then it's going to work. But then
right?
this is going to throw an error
Yeah,
because
got
now
the
he
idea.
doesn't understand what this type is because you never wrote a method called type. But he gets
Yeah,
it
got the idea.
because you wrote a method called print. But understand the beauty is you get to choose the name of the method. When you are the creator, You can choose whatever makes sense for you. And that's what I'm taking you there. As a automation engineer, you're going to be creating methods, lot of methods.
Yeah, that's an awesome idea.
To say a few, just to tell you a few, you're going to have methods called like this. Get hotel name from hotels page. There's your method. You're going to create that method, and with the dot, you're going to have lines of code in there. You're going to make it once and use it as many times as you need to, anytime, anywhere when you're writing your test case. You're going to have get page title. It's going to give the page title. You're going to have a method called click on button, submit button. Everything that you're going to do as a test automation engineer, you're going to wrap them inside methods so that you don't have to keep writing codes over and over. You're going to have like 1,000 of these. Once written, you're not going to write alone. Your teammates are also going to write. You're also going to, everything that you see on a website. Sorry, this was supposed to be camel case. See? Everything that you can touch and see, there should be a method for it. Like click or select the flight tab, for example. You could say, and they're going to be small units. You're not going to say make a reservation method because that's too much inside one code. Making a reservation requires you to put in the dates, put in this, put in that. That will become a big method. Here's the idea of methods. My boss always tells me there's 2 rules. He says, Stein, 2 rules for methods. Rule 1, methods should be small. And rule 2, make them even smaller. Okay. So very tiny tasks, you're going to wrap them in these kinds of methods that you're going to create. You're going to put a name that is industry standard. Everybody understands. Somebody else come into your code will be able to see and like, oh, GST already created this method. I'm just going to use that. Who's going to bother just taking 30 minutes to create another method? I can just call that and click on the submit button that I needed to click on submit button. Voila! I could be done in 10 minutes and rest of the time drink coffee with the company's expense. Okay? Therefore, yes, you can just have the word print. Totally fine. But make sure all of them are print. Little bit of notes here, and then we jump in a little bit deeper again. So methods must have, may or may not have parameters. May or may not have parameters. Or let me just say, what is parameters? Parameters are the inputs. Okay? They come in data type. You have to specify data type and a variable name in camel case. That's how you're going to do this. And you saw that right here, which is this. Right? And The other thing is method may or may not have parameters. From now on, I'll be using this word parameter. That means you don't have to provide it. Your choice. If you want to, you can. If you do provide parameters, then whoever is calling that method has to pass the parameter, has to put something in this bracket right here. What does that mean? Well, I could have a method without a parameter. Look at this. I could just say type and type all student or print all student names. Print all student names. Let's say I call this method. And notice I don't have anything inside this bracket. That means I am not adding any parameters in here. But I wanted to do something. I wanted to print out Chisti. I wanted to print out the name of Raju, Stanley, Loretta, everybody. If I hover over, it tells me there is no method. But do you want to create one? I'm like, sure, yeah. Click on that. It gives you another method stub like this. Took it right out there. I just want to bring this down here to separate things. There's our main method ending. Here's that new method called print all student names. Look at these brackets, nothing in it. And I can just go in here and say sysout and print all the student names. Chisti, Raju, Stanley, Parveen, and Loretta. Okay. Why is this throwing me an error? Oh, you put a comma here. I put a quotation, separate quotation, I separated it up. So now it's happening. And if I do this right now, if I run this, watch this. Let me cross this off for a second. Run it. Java comes to this code and prints everybody's name here. Chisti, Raju, Stanley, Loretta. It actually went in here. It did not need anything. There is no input in this machine. It's empty. It went into this code, printed all of these things out. Went there.
I have a question. Like, why it didn't when you create the method, why it didn't say like string like the previous one? Because you never entered anything inside the right?
That's because I didn't need for this one, for whatever I'm printing out, I am hard coding this. And I really didn't need any flour, water, or salt to make this roti. Why? Maybe I didn't need to. All I'm saying is it's your choice. You have the choice to decide how many ingredients you're going to need to make the guacamole. Sometimes you might say, I don't need anything, zero. And I'm going to make the whole guacamole because I got all the ingredients inside this method. You don't have to give me anything. Okay. Now, you have to be consistent though. That means if I try to put in here something, like if I try to put in Chisti, Raju, it's gonna complain. It's gonna say, if I hover over and show you, it's gonna say the method print all student names is in the type notes, which is like the class, is not applicable for the arguments string, saying that you did not, this method doesn't take anything in there. Look at those parentheses are closed and nothing in there. But you're trying to put in a string in there called Chisti and Raju, which is, it does not take that argument. Then it gives you some option. Remove the argument from this to the patch it. If I click on this, this whole thing will get deleted. Which, let's see. There you go. All that got deleted. But let's say I want to. And then if I hover over, the second option is telling me, then if you don't want that first option, then do this. Change method. Print all student names where you did not put anything as parameter. Add parameter string. If I click on that, it's going to add a parameter right here, string that Stanley, you just mentioned. Look at this. There. Now it has this string and then a variable called parameter.
So we can create integer also.
You can create integer also, which I will show you shortly.
Okay.
Any questions so far?
No.
All right. Please take 5 minutes and we'll come back Okay, sounds like everybody's back. Can you all still hear me clear?
Yes.
Okay. How many methods did I write in this class? Who can tell me? Other than the main method.
One or two methods. One method.
One or two. Is it one or two methods?
Right now it's one method, one type of method.
Why is that?
That is private static void. Yeah, that is private static void.
Well,
And
take a look at this.
Print all students' name.
Yeah.
The main method, one is main method, another one is print all student names.
So if I ask you how many methods are in this class called notes.java?
One is main, another one is print all student names, another one is print.
Correct. There is 1, 2, and 3. Which
yeah, it
method,
is three methods.
which method Java goes into?
Main.
The main method. Java stays right here, executor. But if you call it, Java will go and use other ones. That means this number 2 may or may not be used. Number 3 may or may not be used. It's your choice. If you want to use it, tell Java to do it inside this number 1, which is the main method. Is that because I wrote that main method first? No. Honestly, I could take this right here, cut it out, and go way up here. Even before this main method, I could put it right there, no problem. Java is still not gonna go in here. He's gonna look for where that main is. And then he's gonna go line by line inside the main. And if you because this is your executive office right here. If your president of the company says, hey, go there and print that, then Java is gonna go here, print that in here. If the president of the company does not say that, it won't do it. Even if you wrote it, it won't get used. Make sense?
Yes.
Take a look at this. I have this method called print all student names. And then I have this method called print. President decided we're not going to use the method called print, but we're going to use the method called print all student names. So if I run this, it's only going to give me all the student names, which was placed right on the top of the main method, and totally ignore this one because it got ignored right here. Got it? If the executive office says, use it, and not only once, use it twice, then what's going to happen is Java is going to get here, it's going to look for this print method, it's going to take what's junk in there, take that, put it in here, and that does print, and it's going to print it, it's going to print that, and then it's going to print Chisti, Raju, Stanley, all of that students, which was called by this method. So if I run it now, we got that one first, that one second, and all students, that one third.
Can you
We are
explain the
using
third
this
one?
Chisti and Raju, you're probably like, well, how come it didn't print that and it printed all of them? Well, because we didn't really use that mechanics properly. That means we specified a parameter We specified the parameter here, but am I using this parameter string anywhere in this code?
No.
No.
No. Even though I'm only passing Chisti and Raju in this cabinet, the guy that works inside that kitchen never opened that cabinet. He should be fired. He just went in and printed everybody that was there. He didn't even touch that cabinet. Well, for you to do that, you're going to have to get rid of all of this from his brain and say, hey, don't just do what you always do. Do what I tell you to do. And that's right here in this cabinet. Take that and print that. Now he is smart. Now he looks at, opens his cabinet, finds whatever you gave him, goes in here and prints that. Doesn't, not what he has in his mind, but what you give him will be printed. Understand?
Yeah, now it's clear.
But sometimes it might be, you may have a case where you don't want that. Like this method. Click on submit button. You're just clicking on it. You really don't need to send a text, a string, or int, nothing. In that case, you don't need anything as a parameter to pass to that method. So that's why I wanted to just say, don't have anything for this one, just to show you how that it still works. And I could just say, Chisti, Raju, and hard code it in here. It might be needed sometimes. Don't always think that is hard coding all the time bad. Maybe 5% times you might need that. And Stanley, Loera, Marvin, okay, you might need that. But it's gonna throw you an error if you try to put something in here. Look at this. If I hover over, it's now screaming at me, saying your method doesn't take anything. But you're trying to put in a string argument and not allow it. Okay. And therefore, way to fix that, well, obviously you can take computer suggestion to fix it. You can hover over and take one of these. One, you can get rid of this stuff, which will do it for, or you can manually do it yourself if you know what mistake you made. Get rid of that, we're good. Run it, still good. First one that, second one that, and third one already had all those names hard-coded inside the method that got printed up. You didn't have to pass anything. No parameters were needed. Okay. Any question?
Can you please show where we hard-coded these names
Yes.
in previous?
So that's in that method way up there. Right here.
Oh yeah, we got it. I got it. Thank you.
Welcome.
And we could put a variable inside that method, and later on we can define that variable separately.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to get bigger and bigger. Okay. That's your first concept. Now, notice if I were to, so the president decided, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, but do this. Use that print, but this time, go ahead and print a number, 35. Obviously, I don't need a quote. Why is that giving me an error?
Because this is integer. This is not a string.
Correct. Well, the method, now it's going to scream at me saying, hey, there is a print method you're asking for, which I'm okay with it. But you put an integer here, but the method that whoever created it, he wants a data type of string.
String.
So that's not going to be allowed. That's why he's screaming at me. But then in that case, I could create another method. I could just copy this whole thing and then say, hey, I don't want you to change the name print. You know, you could, well, obviously, you could have something like this, print string. You could have another method called print int, right? So that there is no
Yep.
duplicate. Print int. Notice if I do print string, it gives me an error and it screams at me saying duplicate method name, print string. You cannot have same name twice. Java gets confused. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I change this print string to print int, now we have two separate names. One print string, the other is print int. And if I change this data type from here to string to an int, okay, and take
Yeah.
this method name, print int, and replace this with everybody happy. No, Java is like, oh, yeah, print int, yeah, you got a name called print int, and you provided an int, which it takes in int. We're all happy. Get it?
Yeah, but instead of print in, if I write just print and in that parameter, if we keep the same thing as int in any text, then what will happen? Just I would like to avoid int.
Okay. Very good. Let me answer that in like 1 second. Take a look at this. Obviously, if you do it this way, which is totally fine, your variable name, is this a reasonable name
No.
anymore? No, because you're saying you want int,
So
but
that should be any number.
it should be changed to any number to make more sense, readable sense. Not like it's not going to work, it will work, but to make it more readable, you should say any number or any integer to be more specific. And then you have to take this any integer and print it out right here. That's the naming convention idea. Understand?
Yeah.
You have to keep that in your back of your mind as well when you design this. Okay. We're all good. And just you asked a very good question because that was my next concept to explain. He doesn't want to write print int. He notices that there is no method called print. So if he cuts this print int off and only use this print word in here, and he knows that whenever he uses this print method, there's only one of them, there's no duplicate. The number goes in as an int, any integer, and it works. Absolutely, it's going to work. Run it. There's that 35. With me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now take a look at this. What if you don't even want to have another one called print string? Because it's like too much to write. What if you wanted to have duplicate? Java will let you have duplicate with certain conditions. It's allowed as long as you follow the rules, follow some conditions that Java allows you. And I'll explain that in a second. So let's make it happen first. So I am going to take this string thing off, and I am going to delete that. Notice there is no complaint for duplicate. That means I can also have a method print, and in here I could pass any text. And on it, first this one came to this, took that number 35, inserted in this cabinet that got here, got printed right there. Then this got executed, took the string, and it's like, oh, you need a print method and you are passing string. Well, there is a print method here that takes string. So it took that string right there. That string got printed out right here. Even though they have exactly the same name, it's not causing any issues. It's not telling you they're duplicate anymore. Why? And what is it called? Interview question, a must.
That is the different type of parameter.
This is
One is string, another one is integer.
You are right, Jisti. And the concept is called method overloading. What does that mean? Let me put a star this here. And you're going to use these terms when you talk to your engineers. They might give you suggestions to do method overloading. Method overloading. And what it is same method name, but here's the two rules. Rule 1, different data type. And rule 2, different number, different amounts of parameters. Okay? I'll explain this, sure. Take a look at this one. First one, just to caught it. Here's the rule 1. You can break this rule of having same name over and over as long as you have different data type. First one has a data type of string. Second one has a data type of int. That's why it's allowed. Java is not going to complain. But if I copy this here and paste it one more time, it's now going to complain. Because I have same method here and here with the same data type, this is going to, if I hover over it, it's going to say duplicate method print int in type notes. And this is not allowed. Make sense?
Yeah.
Then what do I mean by different amounts of parameters? This amounts of parameters is like in your recipe, how many ingredients you need. For cooking this turkey, you needed only turkey. For cooking this dish, you needed guacamole. You needed avocado for cooking that. So no problem. But you can't have exactly same thing with another one. That's not going to work. But you can fix that. All you have to do, you could say that, well, this is also a guacamole which is gonna need avocado, but I'm also gonna put onion in here. So if we put a comma and say I need another string something, everybody happy. Now it's not calling it duplicate anymore, because for this particular guacamole, you only use avocado. But this guacamole, which you're calling same name as guacamole, you are using not only avocado, but you're also using onion in that. That's the different amounts of parameters. If you use different number of parameters, different quantity of parameters, then method overloading is allowed, where you can have names, you can have same name used over and over, do anything. Got it?
I have a question. Like,
Yes.
if we can write the third one, why then we don't need to write the first and second?
First and second might do one thing, like let's say, let's make it a real something, okay? You have this any integer and you got a string. Let's do it this way. We're gonna say string text, and we're gonna put string name and int age. You may have a situation like this. And then you may need to print something like this. The name is, the name is, and then you put in this with a plus sign. You put this, whatever the name is gonna get passed in it here. And then you put another plus and then put a quotation, give it a space, and then say, and the age is, and in here, with the plus, here's where the age is gonna come. You take that, put it right here. And now when you call this method print and you pass a name and an age, it will come right here. Name will go right there. It will print all of this with the name, and then it will print all of that and with the age right there. You may need that age as an int because you're going to calculate when his birthday is coming up. Maybe send a letter, an email when his birthday comes in with a 5% discount, a coupon in the mail or something. Or when he's going to be 50, you throw a big party or something. So you need to keep track of all that. That's why you wanted to calculate, do some mathematical operations. You wanted to store that as an int so you are able to do those mathematical operations. You may have a reason for that, which you will make sense when you go to Selenium classes and do real test automation. You will see you might need a use for that. But the beauty is now, you don't have to memorize so many method names. You don't. You're like, oh, I gotta print string method name, I gotta print int method name, and then I gotta print with the string and an age. There's so many method names I gotta memorize. Well, good thing you don't. You just have one thing in your mind and you're done. And you can use it any way you want to. So I can just go over here and say print. Now, to call that method, nothing. I am okay to put a, and you see, you can hover over if you're not like, I don't know what to do. Well, it tells you what to do somewhere. Not on this example, I'll show you later. So you know that you have a method where you can put in a name. You could say Stanley. Then you could put a comma saying, okay, For this method, I got two parameters. I got a parameter that takes a string, and then I can put a parameter that is an age, and I could say 20. It works. So that Stanley, with that, he's not complaining. Why? Because, let me just bring it up here and cut this off. I'm going to cut it and bring it closer right after the meeting. He's like, I'm not going to complain because you have a method that takes string, which you're giving me. With a comma, you're telling me there's another one coming, guys. This one takes onion as well. And there's that onion. And whatever you want to do with those things, it's there for you to use. It's in the cabinets. Just take it. And I took it. I put it right here for that print. And then I took that and printed it right there. Therefore, if I run this now, you printed it out for me. Name is Stanley. The age is 20. The beauty is I don't have to memorize many different names. One method name can do so many things, so many different ways. Understand? That is the purpose of method overloading. Method overloading reduces the need to have multiple method names, different method names, and different method names meaning it will be difficult for an engineer to remember. That, oh my God, how many methods are there? Well, you just do one, but you can do so many. You have the int option, you have the string option, and you can even put a string and an int option, and you can keep on making more and more. As long as you follow these two rules, different data types and different amounts, how many, you can't have the same thing twice. Interview question, very, very much they like to ask you on this. Okay.
One more thing, maybe it's a basic, maybe you already covered, but I didn't notice that one. Like the method that we are creating, print, is written like private static void, and the main is written public static void. Is it like a sub method? That's why method inside the main method?
No, but let me answer that shortly. I just pasted the notes in the box, in the chat box. And there's one more thing I need to do, and then I'll get to that, Stanley. Just
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Whatever this.
One question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Normally what we do when we are taking one variable, we actually define that variable. But here we are taking two variables like name and age, but actually we didn't define those, that how they will work. But when we are typing, it is executing. Actually how it is working.
No, technically we did define it. We said this is int.
Fine, but the age, that is a variable.
Yeah.
We didn't define that age. What should be the age and how it will be executed, but it is printing what we are actually typing.
Yes. So what's the issue?
We didn't define that how it is going to execute the age, or how it is going to execute the name. What should be the names? We didn't define it here.
Yeah, you don't want to define it.
Do no need to define it here?
No.
What we will type, it will just execute?
Yes. So this is your little temporary storage. It's like when you go grocery shopping, you went to Walmart and you put your avocado and onion on a kitchen counter. This is your kitchen counter. And that age can be 20, 30, I don't know how many onions you brought. Today you could give me 2 onions. Tomorrow you could give me 5 onions. It doesn't really matter. Okay? You are the chef. If you give me, 2 avocados today and 1 onion, it's gonna take that 2 avocado, put it right here, 1 onion, put it right there.
Mhm.
Tomorrow you could have a huge party and say, I want like 6 avocado and 2 onion. That's your kitchen counter. In your kitchen counter, you got that 6 onion. That's gonna get right there. What you wanna do with it, that's up to you here. All we're doing is printing for now to keep it simple. But you could take this age, you could do a whole lot of calculations right here, and then do something, send an email, print it out. Your choice. You could do all of that inside this method, which we'll do when we get to test automation classes.
Okay.
One last thing before we move out of this and then explain this stuff right here is that you understand now. Can you tell me how many parameters are in this method?
2 parameters.
Very good, Justine. There's one right here. They always come in pairs. They always come in pairs. First tells you what type it is, and then second tells you what it is. Okay? It's like, give me this Walmart brand of onion, and give me this Tom Thumb brand of avocado. Always have a brand name, what that is, and then you have that in there. Got it? So how many parameters does this one have, this method have?
It simply have 1.
Correct. Because they come in a pair, they only have 1 parameter. This one has 2 parameters. You could have another set of 3 parameters. There is no limit of how many parameters you want to have. Now that we know this is called a single parameter and this is called another single parameter, totally there are 2 parameters, this piece of this name right here is sometimes called argument. Argument is where the data, so this is a data type and this is argument. Walmart, onion. Data type, argument. Argument is the same thing as the reference variable. Okay? So they
So
keep
in
using these multiple names, so don't get confused. Sometimes they may say, what are the arguments in that parameter? In that case, the interviewer or your boss is really pointing to what is that variable that you're passing. And the argument is going to be you're saying, oh, I put 2 onions. That 2 is that argument. Okay. Argument
So
is that the value of the variable. So the value of the variable is an argument. I'm just going to write it down here so you can kind of synthesize.
that means argument and parameter is used. Anyone can be used, parameter or argument.
Parameter is made of 2 parts. 1, data type, and 2, arguments.
Oh, altogether is a parameter.
Correct. Data type, you already know what it is.
Yeah.
Arguments, it's the same thing as variables, sometimes called reference variables. Basically, it's the data or value being passed, the value being passed into it. Let's take a look at this. This 35 is the argument. Why? It's the value being passed. In this print method, any test, that's the argument. The value being passed. Stanley is the argument. 20 is the argument. These are the parameters. Argument. What value is being passed in that name reference variable. Okay? It's just the way we're going to speak from now on, kind of in those terms. That's all you need to know. Don't dig any deeper than that. Okay? All right. Now, we move into a little bit more into this methods. Let's do it. Method is made out of two parts. The anatomy of methods. Methods contain two parts. One is called method signature, and the other one is called method body. Take a look at this. Let me just copy this method here, or let's take a look at this. This part right here, method signature, is the first line of the method. First line of the method. This one right here. That is the method signature. The first line. Very, very important piece of the method, actually, that method signature, because it defines the rules of the method. Okay. This defines it, how it's going to work. All these words have a meaning. Every one of them is doing something that you need to know of. But I promise you, that's it. That's all there is to it, Java. Once you get it, once you get this, there's nothing more to learn. You're almost there. We got 2 more classes to piece together things. And then we jump into test automation, where you're going to be testing websites, writing codes. So, method body. This is nothing. This is just the block of code to do something. Your choice. So we're going to deep dive, and that's this part right here. Anything inside this open and close curly brace, that's the method body. And you can write any code you want to in there. Totally okay. No biggie. But this method signature needs defining. What is that? Well, you already know a few things. You already know method name, which needs to be camel case. We already talked about parameters. You can or cannot have your choice. We talked about method overloading, same method name, multiple of them with different combinations of parameters. Totally okay. Then what is this private, static, and void? Why do I need all of that? Well, every one of these have a purpose. And that's part of the method signature. So let's deep dive into method signature and see what's inside method signature. So method signature contains something called access modifiers. So method, parts of method signature. Number one, which is the very first thing that you see, is called access modifiers. What does access mean in English word?
Permission.
Permission. Whether you have permission to go in or whether you have the permission to use it, it's actually the permission to use. And permission to use. There are several words. You have seen the very first one called public. When it's public, anybody, if you use the word public in a method name like this, method can be used
By anyone.
by any class anywhere, in any package, by any class or in any class, can be used in any class in any package. Meaning, if you wrote public in a method inside the kitchen of your house, somebody from Houston in their own house be able to use your method. Understand?
So is it within a project or
Correct.
any project?
Within your project only.
Okay.
If you want to go outside your project and another project, that can be done too. I will not teach that here. In fact, I don't even know yet. I haven't had the time to dig into that and learn that. My boss knows. It gets more complicated there, but it's doable. So public is like the maximum access you can provide within your project. B, there is something called private. If you say private, then it can only be used or only be called inside that class where you created it. If you make it private, this is the toughest, most strictest way you can give it restriction that, hey, I got this microwave in my kitchen and I don't want anybody in anybody else's house to be able to use the microwave. Not even in my own house. If you're in my bedroom, I don't want you to come. Well, yeah, inside the class, you can use inside the class. So if you're inside the house, you can use it. You can go and get that microwave. But if you step out of my neighbor's house, they don't have access to my microwave if I call this private. So if this is private, I won't be able to call this method from anywhere else. And I'll give you an example and show you the error. These are the most used options. Then you'll see there's another one called default. Default. Sorry, let me just do this. Protected. I hardly seen it. If you use that modifier, it's accessible within the package. Okay. Only within that package. That means if you have a different package, like if you got a Dallas and then Houston, in any house from Dallas, you're able to use that method if it's called protected. But if you're in Houston, from Houston, you won't be able to use that method from Dallas that is protected to Dallas. Does that make sense?
Say again, please.
So if I use this word protected, and let me actually bring out this perspective, reset perspective. Bust this off. Methods and objects. I'm creating another package called Houston. Another package called Dallas. Take a look at this. Oops. I got three packages here. One is called class practice, one is called Dallas, and the other is called Houston. If my access modifier is protected, called protected, instead of public, and that method is located in Dallas, nobody will have access to that method from Houston package. Understand? They won't have access. Only
If it
the
is protected.
classes. Yes, if it's protected, it's the limit of who else can have access inside that project. It's going to be per package. So if I write a protected method
So this is
inside Dallas, Houston folks will not have access. If I write a protected method inside Houston package, then Dallas guys won't have access to that method. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. You're not going to use it, but I'm showing you so that if you ever see it in the code, just use it, just do that. Where was I? Right here. And the last one is called default. Default is when you don't write, when you forgot to write the modifier, access modifier. That means, what if you forgot, cross this off. What if you forgot to put anything at all? That becomes default. And what does that mean? That means it becomes same as protected. Defaults to protected. What does protected mean? It can only be used within what? Talk to me, guys.
Any packages?
Within that specific package. Unmute yourself, guys. Talk to me. Okay. You with me so far?
Yes.
Are we clear here? So I can still have no modifiers right here. If I don't have a modifier, public, private, protected, automatically, what is that? What will this method
Default.
default to?
Default.
What will this
It will be
method default to?
only accessible within the specific package.
Package.
Within specific package, correct. And when I say what is it going to default to, your answer is going to be
Protected.
It will automatically assume the properties of that protected mechanism if you forget to write something there. Understand? So public can be accessed anywhere in the country. Private can only be accessed within that same house, meaning the class, like this class right here. Protected can be accessed anywhere inside that package, which is like a city. And if you forget to put that, it just defaults to protected. That's all there is to it. Any question?
No.
Not so far.
Great. Let's move on then. I'm going to bring this back to public because I don't have any security issues and I'm happy to share this with everybody. Now, the second word, static and non-static, this is called non-access modifier. Okay. Non-access modifier. This is first one we said access modifier, and this is also modifies some things but has nothing to do with access. Therefore, they are categorized as non-access modifiers. And there is several of them. You can have a word called final. All it does is it says no modification allowed. Means it's final. Done. Will be allowed. So if I use the word public static and instead of static, I use the word, let's say I cut off the static and I write final. I can still use static as well. Static final, no problem. But in here, I'm allowed to use this word called final. If I do that, no one will be able to go in here and modify that method. Did I ever use it in my career? No. But I'm teaching you this because you need to know this. That's all there is to it. Don't overthink it. If they ask you interview questions, what does the final mean? It's just like if you use this non-access modifier, no modification will be allowed. Method will be set to final. No one can change it. B, you're going to see something called abstract. And I'll talk about that tomorrow. C, synchronized. The word synchronized. Maybe tomorrow, maybe never. Because you're never going to use it. I don't want to run you crazy, and nobody ever asked about that. And D is this static versus non-static. So let me talk, and this is where the rabbit hole goes deeper. Static versus non-static. This will take an hour to explain. You have seen the static. And when there is no static, it's non-static. You might say, well, opposite word of static is dynamic. Then why don't you just say dynamic? They don't want to use dynamic word. They just want to say, if you don't have it, then it's non-static. Don't even have to write dynamic. What does that mean? Writing wise, I could take the static off. I'll explain what the static does in a second. But if I take the static off, it still works. Won't complain. That means Java knows that this is not a static method and it is a non-static method. But if I put the static, I don't have to write dynamic. It will give me an error, in fact. Dynamic. Yeah, it's throwing me an error here, but it's because of that. It doesn't have a word called dynamic. You just don't write static when you don't want a static method. So what does that mean? Static versus non-static. Let's now dive into this. This static and non-static is your highway, is the road. This is the road you're gonna take to go get stuff from another house. So there's two roads there. One is a highway, okay, which is like static. And then there's an inner road, okay, inner road, which is non-static way. And I'm going to explain this to you right now. We're going to see two different ways. In two different roads, we're going to go to another house and use that microwave that we created for that. So for me to explain that, we're going to create a separate class and then I'll show you. So let's go to Dallas. Inside Dallas, oops, I may have had something in there. Oh, that print. Don't want to fix it now. Control S to save it. We're good. Get out. Inside Dallas, I'm going to have two houses. I'm going to call it house one. Well, we're going to say this is like president's house or White House. White House. And inside White House, I'm going to put this method called public static void main. Why? Because main controls everything. This is the White House. All this time we've been in White House. We have not been putting stuff in other houses. And in White House, the president lives. We're going to create several more houses inside this Dallas. And another house, we're going to say Chisti's house. Chisti's house. We don't need public static void main in this because he's not the president and he's not going to be controlling anything. We're just going to store some things. And president, if he needs something, will take it from his house. So we don't need that main method there. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to finish it off. And we have Chisti's house with no main method there. It's empty. Right now it's like vacant house. We're also going to have another house, Raju's house. Raju's house. Okay. No public static void main method because that's only for exactly branch. So if I go to this and look at these tabs right here, keep your eyes there. I'll be going back and forth from here. These are different houses. I can click on it and open up as I need it. And I'm going to put stuff in different places and start calling it from the White House as a president. And all of these are right here. So it's the same view that you see here as a list that you're able to see it opened up in these tabs, just to clear that up. Let's go to White House. I'm inside this White House. And we talked about static versus non-static. What did I do wrong? // Good. What? Oh, that, yeah. So static versus non-static. First, let's take a look at static. I want to use a method. Suppose I want to use a method called add. And I want to throw in two numbers in here. And I want Java to add it for me. First number, let's say 25, and next one is 40, right? I hover over, it says no method was there. Do you want to create one? I can click on create one. Or, I mean, if I click on that, it's going to give me a method right here on this White House. I don't want this method inside White House. White House is only for decision making. I want to put this method inside somebody else's house. I can do that. I can delete this. And with static method, if this is like a highway, I can just say, I want to put this method in Chisty's house. So I could just type in the name of his house, exactly letter for letter, case by case. You have to spell it correctly. So if I write Chisty's house and put a dot, guess what? I can do that. In fact, Chisty's house, notice it doesn't have anything right now. But if I go back to White House, hover over this error, it's telling me Chisty's house doesn't have this method. Do you want to create a method in Chisty's house? And if you click on that, automatically it will take you to Chisty's house and give you a frame or a stub for that method inside Chisty's house. With me so far? Any questions so far? Very simple, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Very simple, logical. So now if you take these two numbers,
So it already created the public static void that previously we didn't do.
correct. It's now
From
very
White House
smart.
has been controlled.
It's very smart. It's saying that you're going to need this public, not private. Because if this was private, White House is not going to have access to it. Therefore, automatically, it instead of private, it changed to public and gave you that. Also, because you wanted to name Chisty's house dot method, like a straight highway, it also put static in there automatically. We'll talk about void a little bit later. And then you got that method name. And you put two numbers there. And he was smart enough to understand, oh, since you put two numbers, and first was on an int, second one also int, let me just throw a fake name there, kitchen counter, I and J. At this point, you are welcome to change this from I to, let's say, num1, number one, and number two, or not. You want to keep it like that, you could keep it like that. Your choice. What did you want to do? You wanted to add and print it out. So you could say sysout, and you could just take that num1 with a plus sign and take this num2. Done. And now if I run this from White House, guess what's going to happen? Here I kick off the run. Java came here. Java saw Chisty's house. I'm calling for Chisty's house. He goes to Chisty's house, goes inside the Chisty's house's method called add, takes these two numbers, 25 and 40, adds them together, and prints out 65. With me so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
Simple, very simple. This is how you put stuff somewhere else and you call that from somewhere else and then go get that and does that for you. You design how you want it. As long as you follow the rules, it's gonna work no matter what. Now, that's your static method. Now let's take a look at non-static method. This is not a highway. This is not a straightforward like this. It is a little bit hooped through the loop, but it has its own benefit. So that's your static method. What do we notice? You can just call the class name, followed by a dot. And in that class name, all of those methods that are static method will show up. Okay? Look at this. I could just say Chisti's house now and put a dot. I get this drop down magic spell box. Ignore that. But look at this. Add. The method that I just created, it now shows up. It's telling me there's one thing you can use called add. And look at this. I put num1. It says num1. So whatever this reference variable I give, it's very useful because whoever is going to be using it will read that num1, will understand, oh, it's a number 1 or something. So that's why it's very important that you define this reference variable properly so they get it. They know exactly what to put into. Just an int is not good enough. What if it's an age? What if it's a date of birth? What if it's a social security number? Well, you need to specify that right here in that method. If you specify it in a method, it's going to show up here, and whoever is going to be using your method will be like, oh, I need social security number. Watch this. If I just go in and change this to a social security number here, or SSN, this num2 is like SSN, and then change this to SSN. Now if I put Chisti house dot, let's zoom in. Look at this. First one is num1. And second int that I need to put in is SSN, meaning social security number. Do you see the connection there?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on. Now, what if I had another method here? And this time I'm just going to write it up. Public, static, void. Sorry, I'm not going to put static. I'm going to make it non-static. So void, and then we're going to say add or subtract. Open, close parentheses, open, close curly braces, go inside the curly brace. In here, parameter, still two numbers, int number 1 and int num2. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract them and print it out. So I'm going to copy this line. Instead of adding, I'm going to change this to subtraction symbol and this num2. Okay. The difference is this one is a static method. This is a non-static method. So watch what happens. If I go to White House and use the highway, it only will allow me to see the static method, but it won't give me this non-static method, subtract. So watch this. If I go in here and put a dot, notice that only add method showed up, but the subtract method did not show up, because subtract method is a non-static method, and you have to get that method, you have to take the inner roads with lots of signals. Because you call Chisti's house like this, that's a highway. Quick, fast, and dirty. Now let's take a look at how the signaled road, city roads, are going to be. How am I going to get this method called subtract? Okay. A big word in Java is called, let me see if I finish the notes properly, static methods. Call the class name followed by a dot, any method with static keyword will show, and you'll be able to use. For non-static, method must create an object of that class. With a reference variable. Method can only be accessed through the reference variable. Okay? That's a lot right there. But I'll go slow and show you, you have been already using this. How did you use the scanner?
Scanner, then S equals new scanner,
Uh-huh.
system in, system.in.
Right? And then you import it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And have we used anything else like this other than scanner? Yesterday's class, day before yesterday's class.
Yes.
What was it?
Yes. We
Hash
use
map.
the
Hash map. We said map. New.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we have
Hash
to put
map. Bracket.
angle,
Yeah.
angle
Angle.
bracket, and maybe string in
we use
integer
many things. Yeah.
many times, right? And then we copy this right here. This is the inner road I'm talking about, by the way. And you put this open close parenthesis and then close that, hover over, import, and then you are able to use this map. Didn't we use this letter S and then put a dot?
Yes.
And then we were able to see all of these methods right here.
Mhm.
All of these are non-static methods. If I use the word map and put a dot, zoom in here, I am going to be given only the non-static methods list right there. But weirdest thing is, which I never showed you, is I could actually use the word scanner directly, like Chisti's name directly, because Chisti's house is a class, scanner is a class. If I use the word scanner directly like this and put a dot, it's gonna give me non-static method, which there is only one. Sorry, static method. There is not much in there. If I use the word hash map by itself, hash map, the class name, and put a dot, there is not much in there. There might be a lot in there if I just say string dot. Look at this. All of these are static methods. Okay. But if I have a reference variable like string name, and say name dot, I am only going to get non-static methods. To clarify, you're like, this is confusing. It is, but think it like this. When I called Chisti's house, I am calling Chisti directly. Okay, I am not going through anybody else. I'm calling Chisti directly. Chisti is gonna hand over this, whatever I ask him to. But when I create something like this, I'm actually hiring another guy. I'm hiring another guy. Okay? And let's just make one just for explanation's sake. So let me copy this here so side by side. See it, I'll cut this from here and put it right here. So first option we were doing was this calling Chisti directly, and he gives me that. But Chisti has a few things that are non-static that he will not hand over to you even if you ask him to. He's like, hey, yeah, if you ask me to make guacamole, I'll make it for you. But if you want me to bake turkey, you gotta hire somebody to come into my house and do that for you. Okay? That's what it's going on. So Chisti has this method called subtract in here. It's not static, meaning he won't do it. You have to hire somebody to get this subtraction done. And let's go hire somebody. So first we're going to say, hey, we're going to hire somebody called John. His name is John. And he is going to have access to Chisti's house. So we tell him that we're going to give you access to Chisti's house. And we write this. So we said Chisti's house, John, and he doesn't have any power at all. What do I need to do to give him the power? Give the John power. Hint, hint, look at this example right here. Anybody there? Bueller
Equals.
equals. Then what?
Is it new?
New.
Yeah.
And
then Chishti house.
Chisti's house. Yeah. Open, close parenthesis, and close it. Done. Now John has been given whole access. Everything that is non-static, that Chisti doesn't want to do it himself, because he's the owner of that house. He's like, don't make me work so hard. Go get somebody else to do the rest of the work. Then we got this John. His type is Chisti's house because he can handle all that stuff in Chisti's house. We trained him for it, and Chisti's house with the new command has been assigned to John. Now John has this power to get all that methods that Chisti doesn't want to do directly. So if I call this John's name now, John, and put a dot, watch this. System built in, they give you all of these options. Totally ignore that. Also, system gives this option. Ignore that. Notice they're all object, 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 but this is coming out of Chisti's house method himself. We only created one called subtract, and that gets showed up right there. Now you have access to this method called subtract. And this is the non-static way of getting that method. Any question here?
Why we need a non-static?
That is going to be my next argument. Hold on.
Okay, no problem.
Because this is very mysterious stuff, but you've been using it, haven't you? Didn't you use this S right there? And then say
Yes.
S dot next, what was that? Dot, sorry, this one word is throwing error because I didn't finish it. Oopsie. So you've been using scanner. Let's make this called input word. We use this word called input and then put a dot and then said next line. And we got user input. You actually use non-static method way of getting that method to do whatever it wants. You use the map dot put. With the put, you put in a string, let's say name, Stein, and because the second one was integer, you put in like 35 years old. You've been using non-static method all the time. Then your question is like, why? Why do I have to do that? I like this static better because it's quick and easy. I don't even have to create this guy. Then why do I have to go through the loops and hoops and be able to do that? Well, there is a immense powerful way with this creating this object like this called input provides you. And I'll explain that to you right now. I'll just show it to you. It's hard to explain. I'll just show it to you. Imagine this. Imagine I have this Raju's house. And in Raju's house, first thing I do is put, let's say I put a method, a variable called int number, and I don't put anything in. Okay. And I'm going to write a method, non-static, called public. And I'm not going to say static. I'm just going to put void and say add, say put. And what I want in that, this is where I'm going to put a number. Okay, I'm going to put a number here in the storage, and I'm going to create another method called get. I'm going to put a number, I'm going to get a number. I'm going to show you how to do that. So here, I'm going to say int any number. And what I want this number in the storage cabinet You want to put this any number, whatever that was, whoever gave it, I want to put it in there. What's happening is anybody calls this method put and puts a number right there in the method, that's going to get stored inside this number thing. Understand?
Mhm.
So if I call this method put like this, put and put 35, 35 is going to go here. That 35 is going to go here. That 35 is going to get stored in a variable called a cabinet called number, which is this. So this number is going to be 35. And I can have another method to get that number. Get. If you understand what I'm about to explain, you're just gonna fly with Java like crazy. If you don't understand what I'm about to explain today, you won't fly, but you will still be successful. Because I really didn't understand this when I got the job. I understood this later. And my previous training company that I trained with, they were not able to explain this. And also they avoided. Every time I asked them questions, they were not able to explain. So the get is, we're just going to print out. Okay? Or just say print. Print method. This is just gonna say sys out. Whenever I say print, it's gonna print out whatever is inside that. So I'm not gonna put a hard code number. What am I gonna write here?
Any number? Or
I'm
number,
just gonna
number.
write here the word, that same variable cabinet where I have that number in. Okay, so if I call this method, okay, if I call this method, it's going to print that. Whatever I put in to that. Understand? With me so far?
Yes, that means like our input will be any number and the output will be number.
Yeah, any number is like a kind of a reference variable.
Variable, right? Yeah, reference variable.
Reference variable. It's just kind of telling the user that you can put any number. Tomorrow it could be social security number. We would write only put social security number. Then we would say SSN. You know, right now we're just saying any. So no biggie. But see what happens here. So I go to this White House, and I know in Raju's house, I got a storage container cabinet. I can put stuff in that cabinet using this put method. After I put it, I can print it out. Okay? But none of these are static methods, so I have to create. That means Raju doesn't want to do this. Raju's like, man, I'm the owner. Don't bug me. Go hire somebody to do it for me. We're like, fine. We're gonna hire Jason. So let's go. Hire Jason, give him the training that he needs. So we'll go to White House where we would make all the decisions. We go down here and we start with saying Raju's house. For Raju's house, we're gonna hire Jason. Okay? What am I gonna train him with? This is the training. The new, adding the word new, you give him the training.
Raju's
We're gonna
house.
we're gonna give him training of the Raju's house. So we copy that right there. Open, close
And then
parenthesis, and close. He's done. He got all the training and has access to all of those stuff in Raju's house right now. Didn't want to do that. Come back up here. There. Now, what I can do is I could say, hey, Jason, put a dot. He's like, what do you want? I'm like, Jason, go ahead and first excuse me, dot put something. Okay, go ahead and put a number, any number into that method, because you got the training. Now you know how to put that thing because that's in Raju's house. So I take that and I put, let's say, 35. He's like, sure. Jason takes this 35 put. He goes into Raju's house. He takes this 35 through here, through there, stores it in this cabinet. Now he has it. If I tell Jason, print, then Jason is going to take this 35 and print it out here. With me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this. Now if I say Jason dot print, I don't even have to say anything else. Jason is already holding that 35 in that little cabinet inside Raju's house. He's also going to jump into Raju's house and print it out. So here's I kicked off. Come on, work with me. $65. I lost it. Why? Run it again. I probably did a mistake. Let me check.
Uh,
Let me take off some of this stuff right here.
did you make any comment like print comment? Jason
It
print.
works for me. I tried and it works. It printed 35.
It printed 35?
Yes, I did it and it printed 35. I just wrote like JSON print and the brackets. That's all.
Yeah, I did the same thing. It's not working.
I go to Raju's house, public void print.
A lot of the times I'm writing a lot of things and I may have some errors in there. But let me try this. Here's another piece of code that you can add, a keyword called this, THIS. This dot number. If you add this word called this dot number, you are directly referring to the number that's inside this particular class. So if Java gets confused with not sure which number you want, Java, if you force it to say this dot number, you're forcing it to understand that Raju's house has a storage call number. You use that number to put whatever I'm asking you to put. So let me see if this resolves the issue. So if I run this, do you see now it worked? First, I put this number 35. It placed it, and then second command printed it out. With me so far?
Yes.
Tomorrow, I could say another JSON. This time you put 25 and print it out. JSON.print. Okay, if I run it, first Jason put 35 and printed out. Second, he put 25 and then he printed out. Is 35 there anymore?
No.
It's gone. It got replaced with the 25. Okay, you can't go back and get that anymore. Meaning if I try to print it again, Jason print dot print,
It will
what
give
is he gonna
25.
print? He's gonna
25
print
only.
25 because he doesn't have the 35 was gone. He got now 25 and you keep on asking him to print, he only has 25 in there, no more 35. Okay? Here's the beauty of this non-static method. What if I needed the 35? And I also need the 25, but I needed the 35 as well. And unfortunately, Jason can only have one. But what if I clone Jason? Meaning like I get another baby with same genetics of Jason, then I got two brains. I got one Jason who can hold 35. The second Jason can hold 25. And there's no limit. I can have a million Jason with the same genetic code, looks exactly same, talks the same, has the same training and everything. You are able to do that with non-static method. Here it is. Here is my Jason 1. Let's call this Jason 1 because now we're going to have so many Jasons. That means I have to change all of this to Jason 1. Oopsie. Jason 1, Jason 1, Jason 1. Hey, I can create another baby. I copy this and paste it right here. This one I call Jason 2. I'm not going to create a million babies. I'm going to just make it 3 just to get the point. I can have Jason 3. And here's what I'm going to do. With Jason 1, we're going to put 35. For Jason 2, I'm going to put 25. And for Jason 3, I got 10. Understand? Now, if I say Jason1.print and run it, Jason1 is going to print out that 35 that Jason1 had. Right here. He's storing that number in his head. Okay? And if I say, okay, this is my Jason clone baby, Jason2, print. Well, I gave Jason2 25, and if I run this, he's gonna give me, he has that 25. He's gonna give me that 25. And if I say Jason3, print. Well, I did give Jason3 10. He's holding it. And if I ask him to print it out, he's gonna print out the 3. Right there. Oh, sorry, 10. With me so far.
Yeah, but what if I type JSON.print?
It won't work.
Will
Because
it work?
it will not work. Because we never created Jason. We only created Jason 1, Jason 2, and Jason 3. But if you want to create Jason with no number,
So can you go a little bit upper so that I
yeah, I
can see the
deleted
code?
that.
Okay, so you have written Chishti's house. Oh, Jason. So it is on Chishti's house, not Raju's house.
Yeah, well, this just his house, John, we never really used him.
Okay. Yeah.
But look, you want to just create another guy with another name with this power?
Hmm.
You can. You can just copy this whole thing, paste it here, and say, I don't like the name Jason. I like the word Mike. No problem. Mike has everything that Jason's house has now. And I could say, Mike, I could come down here, leave everything the same and say, Mike, put 100. And then I could say, Mike, print and run it. Mike is going to put that 100 in that class. And then with this command, he is going to print out that 100.
Yeah.
What are you actually doing with this? You see, the power of this is like every class. This is a class. Raju's house is a class. A class is like a robot. Okay? With hands and legs. All the variables go here in the brain. That number variable is the brain. And all the methods are these hands and legs. It does something. Okay? Variable is the brain. Method are the body parts that do something. Methods are actions like print, like put. So the put is right here. Print is right here. It does something. Okay? The body. And variables are the brain. Now, whenever you created Jason 1, you actually created a clone robot called Jason 1. Okay? J1. Inside, sorry, J1. Inside J1's brain, you put 35. So he's holding 35. And you said print, okay, print, and Jason 1 was able to print that 35. By creating another one, Jason 2, you created another cloned robot. In his brain, you put 25, and you asked him to print that 25. He was able to print that. With this system, you are able to actually keep on cloning a class like a robot and use it over and over. You have actually did not even create any more memories, but you have a cloned memory. Cloned memory. And this thing is called an object. They don't call it a robot, they call it an object. Okay? This is an object. An object. You created an object of Raju's house called Jason 1. You created another object called Jason 2, Jason 3, Mike. These are all objects of Raju's house, which is like keep cloning, and keep saving more and more memories. And you can do this unlimited times, which is the most powerful thing about Java. And this is what's called object. This is why Java is called object-oriented programming languages. So I want you to embed that in your mind. Object-oriented programming language. Make sense?
Yeah.
If they ask you what is object-oriented programming languages, language is, your statement is going to be, it is where you can create objects of a class, unlimited objects of a class, like Raju's house, and keep cloning them to be able to use one class multiple times over and over, unlimited ways. Is that whole concept is called object oriented. Java allows you to do that. That's why it's called object oriented programming language. There are some other languages that don't support this, like VB scripting. They don't allow that, but Java does. Okay. How are we doing?
Need to have a lot of practices. It's good when you say we can understand, but it needs to be memorized and practiced.
Yes, your homework is going to give you that practice that you really need. So I'm going to finish off with an example. Sorry, it's taking so long. This class is like a doctor testing patient. This is my hardest class in my whole project. And sometimes I can go in 3 hours, sometimes can take 5 hours, depending on how well I see my students are absorbing this thing. But I promise you, everything else becomes easier after this. So we have a project that we need to do. This is a question. We're going to create a calculator right now, and I'm going to put all of these together, all this concept together, and let's see how we're going to do this. So let me get out of all of these.
So before that, Stein,
Yeah,
before that, can I ask one question?
sure.
Because at the very beginning, you told that White House has all the power to access in Chishti's house or Raju's house, or White House can create anything in Chishti's house and Raju's house. But at the same time, Raju's and Chishti's house got the accessibility of public. So Raju's house or Chishti's house can get access to White House? Because all are public now.
No. No, you can't go to Chisti's house and call White House. Or, okay, I see what you're saying. Can I use whatever we got in Raju's house inside Chisti's house? Yes?
No, I'm asking that from Raju's house, can I get access to White House?
Technically, yes. There's a way.
Yeah, because I can see Raju's house also got the class public.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So public
Yes.
house means it can move from
Yeah.
one package to another package as well.
That's right, Chisti. Good question. The answer is yes. You can actually have access from Raju's house to the White House. If there's a method inside White House that you want to use from Raju's house, you can call it there, and vice versa. There is no limit. There is no
Yeah.
restrictions. No
That
restrictions
was my
whatsoever.
question.
Yeah, no restrictions whatsoever. However, with this particular setup, the only thing that Java is going to do is he is going to come to this White House and then in the main method and then start executing these things. He won't even go to Raju's house if you don't ask him to. So right now, for you to go into Raju's house and access Chisti's house, you have to go into Raju's house and create a main method there. Okay? You have to create a main method here for Java to come here. Public, static, void, main. Okay? And then Java will jump in here and you may be able to control a few things and ask things from other houses. Understand?
Yeah.
Without the main method, Java won't even go there. let's take a look at this White House main method. And then we're going to be done with this. Look at the perimeter of this main method. I don't know what that means, but we know some things right here. Do you remember seeing that symbol? Oops.
It looks like array.
Array. Yeah.
Yeah, array and arguments.
It's a string array. And the variable name that they called it is args, in short for arguments that we just talked about, the value. What application does it really have? I don't really know. I never really need to know. And all I understand, it takes a whole lot of strings, but the whole thing is for Java to understand. You don't have to mess around and do anything at all. In fact, when you go to test automation, we are not going to be using main method at all. We're going to use another tool so that what just Chisti said, well, how can I use Chisti's stuff in Raju's house and Raju's stuff in Chisti's house? We want to be able to do that. And be able to do that with main method is a pain in the neck. So we're not going to be using this main method at all. I don't want to tell you what it is right now. It's much easier. We don't even have to write anything. It's just like this. At the rate symbol and the word test. That, you put that on top of any method, Java is going to jump there. Okay, and you can even put a number here like 1 or a 2. That means Java will go to test 1 first, then go to 2 first, then go to 3 first, and you can control that with Java. That's a Selenium class, so just keep that in your mind. Okay, let's go build this thing, and I will wrap this together for you. So this should clarify everything. We are going to create another class to keep things separate and not mess up. Another package called class project. Or calculator project. We're going to build a calculator. So I created this package right here. I don't care about those other packages. In this package, I'm going to create 2 classes. One class is called the calculator. This is going to be the boss. I'm going to put public static void main. I want Java to go there. This is like the White House. All right. The other class, this is where I'm going to take the user input and I'm going to call the shots of what we want to do. What are we going to add, subtract, multiply, or divide? We call the shots. But doing the calculations, we're going to hire somebody and we're going to put everything inside that somebody's class. All that operation inside another house. In that house, we're going to call that house a calculation. So we're going to create another class called calculation. We're going to put all the methods there. Calculations. And no public static void main needed. We're just going to place everything there. So we get 2 classes here. One is a calculator, okay, which is this. And all our calculations are going to go inside this class. All the junk stuff, nitty-gritty stuff. You don't need a president to do that. You hire somebody to do that. We'll put it out there. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Let me copy the question. The question says, build a calculator. Let me get rid of this thing. I don't need it anymore. Leave it there. Let's understand this question. Create a calculator that can add, subtract, multiply, divide using user-given input. Two of the methods should be static method and other two should be non-static method placed in a separate class. That's our separate class right here, calculations. We're going to put it in a separate class. So let's work on this. Unmute yourself, talk to me. You're going to be helping me do this, okay? First thing first, we're going to create a calculator. We're going to ask the user, we're going to get the user input and store it, ask the user to give two things, two numbers, and then also say, what do they want? Do they want to do add, subtract, multiply, or divide? Guys, you all need 5 minutes break or should I continue?
It's hang us maybe 5 minutes.
Let's take 5 minutes, come back, we'll do this.
Separate class.
Is everybody back?
Yeah.
One last concept real quickly before we finish this up. There was this, let's say we created a method called add. I'm going to go a little bit faster now that you get this stuff. So we're going to put in two numbers, 35, 20. We want this to add. And we also want, after you add it, you also want to print it. Look, I can even do this. Print. And then put it inside. Well, let's do this. If I want this to be added, and then I want this to add and give me the results, and I want to store it here, what I would have to do is say int result equals add. Any problem there? This method will add these two, get the results, and store it inside called result. Any problem?
No problem.
Hover over, create a method. We got the method. Look what happened. Obviously, we don't want this. We are going to change this to num1, let's say, and num2. We're going to add these two. Num1 plus num2. And this result, this time, we're not printing it out here. Instead, we want this back. We want this to come out, okay? If we want it to come out, it's like that tortilla machine that we talked about. Here's that tortilla machine. Here is this flour water mixture. It takes this flour, water, it adds it. The only way it will come out of the machine is if you use this word called return. With me so far?
Yes.
Right now, automatically it's returning 0. We don't want 0. We want this stuff. We want you add num1, num2. Give me that as a return, the tortilla. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the 0 out of here. Copy this, paste it here. I don't even need this. This is it. This tortilla maker takes this flour and water, mixes together, and with that return word comes out as a tortilla. Honestly, that tortilla, when you have the return, wherever you call the method, this whole thing flour and water gets dissolved and becomes 30 plus 20, 55, which is that tortilla ends up right there with that return word. And when that ends up right here, I'm also taking that and storing in a container called result. Any questions so far? If you do that, if you use this return thing, you cannot use the word void anymore. Void just means it does not return anything. Void means does not return or anything, or no output. Got it? The method does no output. It won't send back anything. It's giving me an error right now because it's saying you said return, but over here you said void. I am confused. So if I take this void word off, if you take that void word off, you have to put something there of what data type you wanted as a return. We are putting int number 1, number 2, and I guess we want int back. So instead of void, you have to have that data type. So return and this void thing goes hand in hand. If you don't want that void and you want this to return something, two things you got to do. One, you have to use the word return and return something. That something you have to specify the type in the place of the word void. If you don't want to return anything, then all you have to do is delete this return word and change the return type to saying void, meaning we're not returning anything. Question?
So what's the benefit of return or void?
Good. So suppose I want this to return int, and I want to return this. Everybody happy? He gets these two numbers right here. It adds it right there with the return statement, gets returned right there, 55. That 55 gets stored right here as a result, and I can print out the result and get 55. Watch. I could say sysout result, run it. There's that. There's that 55. That's the benefit. Benefit is sometimes you want the method to do something after doing things. Give me something back. Kind of like you go to a cash register and you went to Walmart in a cash register, and the guy behind the register, he used your method, and you gave him all the supplies. He rang it up and you gave him $100. Your bill was $87. The guy took the $87. Don't you want that leftover money back? Well, if you don't have this return, the guy is gonna eat that rest of the money and then run with it. If you say return, he's going to return the rest of the money, bring it, give it back to you here, and then with that money, you save it right here, and then maybe do more purchases later down the road. Get it? That's all there is to methods learning that you will ever need. This is it. Let's now go play with it. I'm going to delete all of these. We don't need them. Here, first thing first, create a calculator. We're going to have some cabinets to store. Tell me what cabinets I need to store and what. Let's start with the number. We need to store two numbers, right?
Yes, the variables, two number.
Two numbers. So
num1, num2, something.
num1 and num2. What data type?
Integer.
Integer? How about double? How about double?
Okay.
That way, it won't throw an error. If the guy puts a decimal in there, we're going to be okay with it. So maybe number 1 and another one, right?
Yeah.
Come on, brainstorm.
Number 2.
Number 2.
This is why you're an engineer, okay? You've got to think deep. You got to plan ahead. This is our design. You plan first. When you build a building, you need 2x4s. You need concrete materials. You need electrical stuff. So go to a Home Depot, get those things first. Okay? We're going to Home Depot right now. So we got the number 1. We got the number 2. What about the user give us something? Well, we're going to put it right here, right? User give a number 1, we're going to put it here. User give number 2, we're going to put it on number 2. What else is the user supposed to tell us?
And
he's supposed to tell us what he wants us to do.
yeah,
So
add and subtract.
We got to have a place for that too. What data type do we want?
Add and subtract.
Are we going to?
That is also double.
Double.
That is
You
also
want to
double.
put the word
Yes.
add inside a double?
No,
Result.
String.
No, that could be in the result.
String. If you are asking and you want to get this input from the user, like whether he wants to add or subtract or multiply or divide, you're not going to put it in a double. This is a text.
No, that is
No,
it.
no, no.
That is a string.
We are
Okay,
going to
a
give you a
string
message that
is
should be a
either in
string.
Correct.
Yes.
String, and give it a reasonable name of the cabinet where you're going to hold the user response. Maybe say
user input.
operation. Okay. User given operation. User given operation, meaning what he wants to do. So be more specific. It's just the name of the cabinet. That's it. We're putting user given operation, either add, subtract, multiply, divide. Okay. After we do our adding and subtracting, we got a result, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have to hold it somewhere.
Double result.
Correct. Double result. We got, before you do anything, go do the cooking. Don't do that. Go put your cabinets there first, because you gotta keep the onion and avocado and potatoes first. Find the place to put those first, then start doing your cooking. That's what we just did. This is called variable declaration. Declaring. Always put it on the top of the page. This is like the brain of that robot. And then you're going to do methods. All these actions. It's going to go down here. You organize your stuff like this. Don't have a variable declaration down here. Always try to bring it up here. Make it global. Everybody can use it. This is now global. One is called declaration. The other is called variable assignment. We did not assign anything yet. We just created the cabinet. Assigning meaning we're going to put something inside the cabinet. We haven't put anything yet. We don't need to. We'll put it later. Create first, put it later. Get it?
Yeah.
Now let's start doing our things. We got the kitchen ready. Cabinets are there. First thing, we need to ask the user. For us to have the power to ask the user, what do I need?
System.println.
System.
Oh,
Scanner.
scanner. Call a scanner. Yes.
Yes, scanner.
Input
Scanner.
Input
equals to
Equals new
New
scanner.
New
scanner.
scanner.
System.in.
Yeah.
Mm.
Good job. Faster, you tell me, I can go faster. And hover over and import that.
Call the library.
Come on, give it to me. There you go. Okay, we got it. And now,
System.print.
Result equals. Oh, before that, we need the printout.
Print in, yes.
Yeah,
Input
ask the-
any number.
so we say enter first number, maybe?
Mhm.
First number. Okay, let's run this and see if it works so far. There you go. Enter first number. So far, so good. Next, we're going to take the number, store it in a proper cabinet, right? Here's my
Mhm.
proper cabinet of the first one. So I copy that, bring that cabinet down there with an equal sign. Now, with this power of the input,
Yes.
we can say dot next,
Next, double.
next double, because that's the
Yes.
data type we're taking. Now if I run this job, it gives me this enter any number. By the way, we don't need this print ln, we can just say print, run it again. And I could put 25 and hit enter. It has the capability. Okay, do we need another number?
Yeah, number 2 equals.
System.print. Enter second number.
Can I just copy these 2 lines
Yes.
and paste it here?
Okay, enter second
Second
number.
number.
Change it to second number
And
and
number
change
two
this one
equal.
to a 2.
Two.
Yeah, it's the same.
Run it. Here's my first number, 25. If I hit enter, it says enter second number, 35.
30.
Mhm.
So we're done with storing those 2 numbers from the user and they're being stored right there. Now we need to ask, what do you want us to do with it?
Add.
Put it right here. So how about we copy this thing again?
Yeah,
This
we can
time
do it.
we say enter any operation. And we don't want them to be like dumb. We just tell them exactly what you're supposed to put in, like add, subtract. You have to put subtract for subtract and multiply for multiply and div for divide. With me so far?
Yes.
That means if he wants us to multiply those two numbers, he needs to type in mul or div for divide and add and subtract like that. Okay, but
It needs to be string, right?
correct. So I am not going to store it in number 1. I'm going to store it in this cabinet called user given operation and change that to that. With me so far?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
input dot next double, where are we
Double.
taking double from the user?
No.
No.
Right? We're
No.
just taking string so we can keep it as next.
Next.
Okay. Now watch this. If I run it, first number 10, second number 5, and it's asking me enter the operation, and I can put in. We're good. No, nothing failed. That means we're heading that direction. Now what? Now
Result.
we have to decide what to do. If the user says add, we're gonna add. Agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the user says subtract, we subtract, and so on. What kind of Java logic do we need to use here?
If else if.
If else. Very good. Correct. If I don't want to use if else, Is there anything else I can use?
The second one, while.
While
Yes.
This is also a interview question. What else can I use if I don't want to use if statement? Is there anything else Java uses?
Do
do while.
No, those are
do
loops.
While.
Those are loops. We don't need looping
Oh.
around.
Oh,
No. Just
Yes, we can use one by one.
case.
Switch case.
switch case. Right.
Okay.
Switch case. That's not how it's written, but you can say switch case.
Yes.
I'm going to do switch case because you guys forgot, but I could have done it with the if statement as well. Let's do switch. TCH, switch. Same thing, open, close, open, close. How the switch works is you have to specify what do you want to switch this with? Who can tell me what am I going to put here?
The variable.
Yeah, is user given operation.
Exactly. This is where I'm keeping add, subtract, or multiply, or divide. That's what I'm going to take into main consideration and decide how I want to switch it to. Case 1 is going to be if the user gives me add. With me?
Yes.
And then we do what we need to do here, and then we always use the word
break.
Break.
remember.
Yes.
So block of code, and then break. And then we copy the same thing again for another option,
Yes.
which is subtract.
Mm-hmm.
And then we do our operation, and then we break. We're going to need
Yeah.
how many more?
Another two.
Another 2.
And then multi
And
and
UL,
divide. And DIV.
div. Got it?
Yep.
And then another one you could say default.
Yes. It should be at the closing.
And then over here, if they don't give me any of this, that means you're gonna say sys out. You are crazy.
Yeah. Anything to give the message.
All right. So give me this.
I have a question. Like,
Yeah.
don't we need to use the ignore any case for the add sub input for the user input? Ignore any
Yes.
case.
Yes. You are so right. What he's saying is, you see, what if the user provides this in a capital A? And how is that gonna be handled? Let me get to that just a little bit later, Stanley.
Yes. No problem.
So, any questions here on this setup right here?
No question.
No.
We're not
No.
doing anything yet, though. We have to do the math right there. We have to do the math right here for subtraction, for multiplication and division. But the thing is, we don't want to do it directly here. We need to do
Create a
all the
method.
math methods inside the calculations method. Okay. And you have to have 2, and your homework is like that too. You have to have 2 static methods, because this is where I want to practice, and 2 non-static methods. Okay. So you can do reverse engineer. You could just say, here's my static method. How do we call a static method? It's a highway, remember? We call the guy, we call the class. We just call calculations dot add. Yes?
Need to be in the calculation, right?
Yeah. We want that method to be inside calculations class. And in here, we've put that number 1 that we got from the user and number 2. With me so far?
Yes.
And this calculations.add method, it's not there yet. That's why there's an error. We'll do it in a second. But before I do that, after we get this calculations add, we have to store this somewhere. Remember the cabinet that we have where we store it?
Result.
Result, right there. So I have to write result equals to be able to get all these numbers added in a add method located in calculations class, return the result, store the result in result cabinet, later down here, print it out to the user. Okay? How am I going to print it out? I'm going to go down here and then have get out of everything, get out of the switch case, not outside this method, and then finish off like this. Sys out, and then say the result is, and then with the plus sign, say result. With me here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now let's create that method. If I hover over, see it gives me an option to create it, and it's a reverse way of engineering. You just click on this, it will jump to that calculations class. It will create a stub for you, and you go in and do the rest of the stuff. Notice it's public, it's static, it's returning double, not void. You call the name of the method is method add. It's smart enough to understand it took whatever you had in number 1 and number 2. It gave you this little commented stuff you don't need. And it also smart enough to understand that, hey, you wanted something back, but he doesn't know what you wanted back with this word. He's not that smart. That's why you got the job. What are you gonna do instead of that 0?
Double.
No, I mean number 1 plus number 2.
Number 1 plus number 2. Whatever number was passed to you, you added them, and you're spitting it out in a tortilla machine, like tortilla coming out. Okay? Now let's take a look at this. If I save it,
আচ্ছা আল্লাহ হাফেজ আসবো কখন
it's giving me an error. It says add double and double is undefined. And why is that? We just defined it. Guys, I'm making a mistake here. So I'm going to try a few things. This error went away after I put this parenthesis here. But this guy is complaining here. If I hover over that, local variable result may not have been initialized. what that means that he's complaining that you're trying to print out result. What if nothing gets stored in the result? We're not happy with that. So you have to initialize it, meaning give it a number 0. Because Java will throw an error if there's nothing there. So me not having the 0 already there, he's thinking, what if somebody nutcase comes in and doesn't even give you the add, subtract, multiply, divide? This result thing will never get populated with anything. And then you're going to ask me to print it out. What am I going to print? Why don't you give me an initialized value? So if I take this option initialize variable, it will automatically look at this. It automatically puts 0. Watch this. I'll delete this. Hover over. Come on. Initialize. Click on it. Puts that 0, brings me up here. Okay? Just do that. All right, we're good. We got this method right here that will return that, and then we will print it out. Let's see if it works. So we're going to run this now. Run it. Enter number 10. Enter number 5. Add an operation. We only know we can do add right now. And we got the result 10 and 5 printed out. If, real quickly, going back to Stanley's thing, if I did 10 and 5, and what if I do capital A, B, D, add? Is it gonna give me the results?
No, unless we instruct.
You are crazy.
It's gonna say, it's gonna say you are crazy. Well, I'm not. It's just the capital A, so that's too bad. That's not good. Why is it happening?
Because we didn't specify the case. That is, case ignores case. It should be.
So what do I need to change in my code here to make that happen? To be smart enough?
On like user given operation input dot ignore case.
So ignore the case here somewhere?
No. At the up 30 line. Number 30.
Number 30 right here?
Yes.
But this is just a storage. I'm just storing.
No, I think
No, 32.
Yeah.
32. Switch user given operations dot
ignore case.
Yeah.
Dot ignore case here.
Yeah, please.
But if I use dot ignore case, that method requires me to put something to compare.
Oh, requires.
Can you go a bit upward?
Hang on. It will throw off all my writings. Just 1 second. Dot, there's something called dot equals ignore case. There's no such thing as ignore case.
Dot equals ignore case.
Ignore case. But if I do that, it's going to require me to put something in here to do a comparison.
Add.
To do a comparison. But I don't want to do a comparison. I can only use one variable, not a condition here, just a variable.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we use all lowercase here?
We can use all the lower cases.
Yeah. Why don't we just take whatever the user input is and beat this guy up in the parking lot and make everything lowercase? Can we do that?
Yeah, we can.
And the method for that is?
Lowercase. Dot two lowercase.
Lowercase. Remember that?
Yep.
And that will change everything, if there is any, to that dot to lowercase. And now I could put in a weird way and say number 1 is 5, number 2 is 10, and I want to do add, but I'm not going to write it like that. I'm going to write it like with the lowercase a, capital D, and D. No problem. I'm no longer crazy. Okay, so far?
Mm-hmm.
You repeat the same thing. You copy this code again. You want that same highway, same way on another one. This time you call that subtract. There is no method, so hover over, create the method, or you go write it up yourself from scratch. You say public, static, double, because I want you to return double, not void, add, subtract, sorry, subtract. I want you to take two parameters. I want you to take double parameter called number one, and take another double parameter called number two.
And copy and paste and just to replace add by return sub.
Exactly. And I'm doing the hard way right now. And we're gonna return, and we're gonna take this number one. Let's put it in the parentheses because sometimes Java gets confused. Number one, and you're gonna minus the number two. Yeah. Okay. Now this guy is happy. No more problem with that error. He gets it. And I can control click on the sub. It will take me to that sub method. If I go control click on this add method, it will take me to this add method. Let's run it and see if it works. We're gonna do 20, 10. This time we're gonna say subtract for me, hit enter. 20 minus 10 is 10.
Okay. So if the number is reverse like 10 and 20, first number is 10, second number is
You get a
20.
negative answer. So
Yeah,
first
10 or
number,
something.
let's say 15, and the next one is 20. What are you gonna get? If you would say
Just now.
minus 5.
minus 5.
And if we need to get the difference only, that is always the positive value, then what should I do? Absolute or something like that?
Math.absolute.
Yep.
We're done with two static stuff. These two, you gotta get it through the signal road and stuff. Okay? Do you really have to? No. But for this homework, yes, because I want you to practice that. I want you to practice driving in the city roads as well. Don't just drive on the highway. So how are we gonna do this? Well, we could either reverse engineer. I'll show you both ways. Let's reverse engineer. Okay? Well, calculations class is not going to do that. We have to create a variable, don't we? We have to hire somebody. Remember? Jason?
Yeah.
I'm going to
Jason.
hire somebody, train them and stuff with that new thing. Come back up here in this variable declaration. So how do you do this?
Scanner again.
Not scanner.
A new the calculations.
Calculations. Okay, calculations. Any name you want now.
Any new name, yeah.
What do you want to say? Now, typically, it's used as calculations, same thing, lowercase. Why?
Equals.
It's like scanner, scanner. Calculations, calculations. The lowercase is not the same as uppercase.
Yeah, avoid the
And
duplication.
most people don't want to use their brain to come up with the name, and they're like, you're gonna use that with the lowercase c and be done with it. That's the standard, okay? When you go working in a company, you are gonna see not any other name. Remember that hash map? Hash map or say array list, and we use the word list, we kind of took this shortcut right here, whatever that was there, and then named it. So use that same principle right here. If you have a shortcut name right there, just go ahead and use that, which we can use just lowercase word calculations. And then say new. Don't put Jason, Mike. Those I put there to make fun of it. And then use this big capital C calculation here. If you don't put capital C calculation, Java is not going to know what it is.
Yeah.
Capital C calculation is the class. And this is the guy, lowercase c calculation is the guy you hired. They may look the same, they're not the same. Now you created this guy with lowercase c calculation. This is your inner city road. This is your non-static.
But why we are not putting the system.in?
No system.in is only for scanner.
I see. Okay.
Lucky for you, you never have to even touch that system.in or even have to memorize anything. Okay, only for scanner. Now we created way up there, quite up here, because we want all our cabinets and creations and cooks and everybody right there. And then all the operations down here after that. This is how we organize our kitchen. So this guy, we're going to go here. We're going to have calculations guy with the lowercase c to calculate all that. So, but we still need to store it to result. But instead of uppercase C, we're going to use lowercase c calculations dot multiply. And we're going to take the same thing, number 1 and number 2. Giving me an error, meaning there's nothing there. If I hover over, this would be a shortcut way to do this. Look at this. Create method that. And if I do that, automatically, it will take me there. Look what happened. This static word on the previous two was there, but it is not there anymore. Eclipse was smart enough to understand you used lowercase c, you created an object of that class. You are creating a non-static method. He gave you that without the static thing in there. You throw this out. You obviously don't want to return 0, so you throw that out. You multiply these two numbers and return that.
Yeah. Number.
So you put it in a bracket so Java doesn't freak out.
Yeah, number 1 multiply number 2.
That is the multiplication symbol.
Yeah, number 2.
2. That's going to return that. And go back in there. Look, he is now happy. Okay. Do the same thing for divide. But this time, we're not going to reverse engineer. This time, I'm going to do it from scratch, the hard way. So what I do is I create a method first. Public. We're going to return double, where I didn't write static, so it's non-static if I don't write it. We're going to name it div divide. And always do these brackets first, then go right inside it. Number 1, oopsie. Sorry, we got to say what it is. Double
number 1.
Number 1,
comma, double number 2.
Double number 2.
Yeah.
And he is complaining. He's like, you didn't say static. You were going to return something. Can you please return something? Okay. Here. Return. Open close parenthesis, finish off, and write that number 1.
Plus number 2.
And
divide number 2.
/ is the divide. Number 2. Done. Now that you have this, guess what? You can go here and copy this because you've got to store it. And then you can write the word calculations in lowercase, put a dot,
First one is multiple, MUN.
You have it. You have
First
that
one.
multiplication as well.
Yes.
Well, we did the multiplication right there. We need the divide thing. That's why it gave you first. It's like, I think you already used that. Maybe you're gonna be using the divide. So let's just say dot div. It brings me to that div. If I hit enter, voila, finish off with semicolon. Close it. Any questions?
No.
I got two methods here with the capital C calling in static methods. Two methods, we created a calculations object and calling it with non-static method. All complete. Run it. $25 and 30, and I'm going to multiply. So if I put MUL 750, run it again. 50, 10. I'm going to say divide, hit enter. 50 divided by 10 is 5. We got that. And if I put in 85 and divided by 5 or something, and instead of any of those things, I just put a gibberish, hit enter, it's going to say you're crazy. Result 0, I can also handle that so that it doesn't show results. You can put another if statement to get rid of that. But that's all I wanted you to learn today. The whole object was how we call these methods from another class. And we stored all this junk. Look at this. All of these operations.
So we didn't type this. Did we type this, or this automatically actually?
Well, I showed you both, right? I showed you this was automatically given, this one. And then I typed it for static. Automatically, we did this one. And then I typed this one. Remember?
Yes.
Mhm.
So do I type it in my work? No. I always automatically let them create the stub for me. I just do this much.
No. I want to know that we have created two classes. One is calculator, another one is calculations. So we worked on calculator or calculations. Where?
Where is the main method?
Yes. Where is the main method?
Calculator.
Calculator. So actually we worked here. So how about the calculations?
Calculations class is like the storage.
What is can you
you go
scroll
to the
down?
calculation class?
So
Only calculator only shows up to the default, and other calculations all are in the calculations class.
So calculator is your kitchen, and calculations class is your storage pantry somewhere in the garage where you have you stockpile onions and potatoes and other things. From here, you are executive chef and you are asking your worker to go get me that stuff. Give me some onions. And they give you the onions in this class. Okay, which is this add thing. Two of these, you just got this guy come back to you and give you stuff. For these non-static, you created another cloned person called calculations with the lowercase. And this guy went over there from the storage and brought you the avocado and then the tomatoes right there.
Okay, Stein, can you please click on the calculation class?
Yes.
Yeah, please. Let's see what happens. And go up so that I can see all that
That's
Oh,
it.
yes.
There is
So,
nothing else in it.
yeah, it's automatically created that whatever we did in the calculator.
Yeah, remember this calculations class is a storage room.
Yes.
You just have these methods called add, subtract, multiply, and divide. You didn't want to put all this junk inside the White House?
Yes.
Why would we want to do that? Did we want to separate things out?
No, actually, to avoid the chaotic situation, I mean, it will be a very big code and it will be very
Exactly.
hard to
Exactly.
manage.
This 20 lines would have gone into this calculators class and make it
Yeah.
even bigger.
Yeah.
In fact, if you ask me, well then, Stein, is it possible that we could put this switch and case somewhere else? Absolutely. You can put this inside a method in another class. Do you want me to show you that, or are you okay?
Yeah, you can show it. That will be better.
Okay, so let's create another class. I gotta see this reset perspective. How about we call this operations class? It's something meaningful, or just you give me a name.
Yeah, operation.
So we're still inside this calculator project.
Yes.
Right click, new class
Oper
called
operations. Or users
operations.
operations.
User operation.
Yep.
Sorry about the background noise. So user operation, finish, and we have this blank slate, and we're saying, oh, that's so much code on this page. Why can't we just take this and do it somewhere else? Well, that means we're gonna need a method, right? We're gonna replace this whole thing with a method and give it a name of the method. And do you want a static method or non-static method? You have to ask yourself those two questions. Obviously, you want to place it right here, user operations, right? Let's go the easy way. Let's say you want
Static is
non-static.
better.
Static is easier. You don't have to create an object.
Yes.
So let's say I want to create a static method inside user operations. So just type in the word of that class name, user operations. Got it?
Yes. Yeah.
Put a dot. Now you got to give it a name of the method that's going to give you all this operation.
Operation or something like that.
Sure, sure. Operation. As long as it's not duplicate, we're good. Okay. Now, user operations cannot be resolved. That's because it doesn't know what it is. Oh, sorry, I didn't spell it correctly. See that? This is operation with an N, and I put an S, so it didn't recognize. Now it got solid, meaning, oh, this is what you're talking about. Good, good, good. But I don't know I don't know about this one because you never really made anything there. So he's complaining about this one now, which is okay. We expected it. Now you have to decide what are you gonna give it to that operation and what you want out of it. What you want out of it is easy. What do you want out of it?
So we have to shift the operations, enter, subtract, multiple divisions, the switch and cases.
You want this result out of it.
Yes.
So in that case, you just type in, say, just give me the result and store it in my variable called result. Make sense? But you also have to give it something. What do you have to give it for him to understand. And all your answers are right here.
Number one and number two.
All the masala, all the ingredients to do the cooking, you gotta give it to him. So all three of these, any variables you use, you gotta give it to the method. So I'm gonna start with, let's say, number one. Number two, and one more thing, right? He
User
can't make any
given operation.
decisions without that user given operation thing that you got it in the cabinet as well. So you got three parameters, 1, 2, and 3. And that's it. You can now take this whole thing, or look at this, right? Hover over, create the method. It's going to create this method and take you there into user operations. There is that method right here. Here is the stub you don't need. Automatically returning 0, you don't want that. Let's fix it a little bit later. You go back to this thing and you're like, I don't want this junk in here. You cut it off. You keep this class clean. You go to this user operations method, you paste it right here. You're gonna get some complaints. We'll deal with that a little bit later. Shortly, actually. Okay? Are you with me so far? This is your first step, and then you have to fix a few things.
Yes.
Now, let's fix this result thing. Why is he complaining?
Because this result is not defined in user operation.
Correct. In this place, he doesn't know. You never really created a cabinet. What is this cabinet? What is this result? Well, you can either create this right here, make it a really powerful global. You can also keep it here as local, your choice. Works both ways. You have to create another one called double result. And remember, we have to initialize it with 0. Now he's happy. He knows, okay, I got it. That's that result. We're going to temporarily store there. He's complaining here. Why is this guy complaining? Remember this lowercase calculations? What about that guy?
Because it should be now operations. Is there operation?
No, remember the uppercase calculation was a static method. We can call the guy who lives in that house.
This is for the non-static.
The non-static is not the guy who lives in the house, but we hire somebody. We hire somebody to go in that house and get stuff for us. Did we hire anybody here?
No.
No, we didn't hire and we didn't train. So go up there and hire and train this guy with this calculations thing. See, calculations, and then write lowercase calculations.
Calculations.
And then equal to new
Capital.
This uppercase.
Lowercase.
You did make a mistake, right? Copy that, paste it right here. What did I do wrong?
You have to user operation, not calculations, I think.
I'm creating a calculations.
It should be, it should be calculation.
Calculations object, because I want him to go there and be able to get all the non-static. So let's see why it's complaining about. Cannot make a static reference to a non-static field calculations. It's complaining, it's saying you have this static method right here, and you are trying to call a non-static right here. I think that's gonna be a bummer because it won't allow both of these inside this particular method, and that might be a limitation.
So if we convert the calculation capital, then what will happen? See if
So let's see if it says static calculations. Okay, look at this. I don't know. This option might actually work. So it just added this little static word in front of that. I'm choosing this option called static. It brought that static thing. Let's kick it a run and then see if it works. So we just moved all that into this method. And I'm going to run this. This time we're only calling this method, storing this result. By the way, we didn't store the result, did we? Here's that result. We have to return the result. So take that result, get the 0 out of there, and return the result. Now run it.
multiply.
And let's see if it works. Number 1, 5. Number 2, another 5. And if I try to multiply, I get 25.
Yes. Yes. So it automatically suggests what to be done.
Yeah, 10 and 5 and divide.
Divide 2.
We get
Yeah, it works.
So we just splitted everything. This class only has these variables, these methods, and we took a lot of operational work. We put it into 2 separate classes, and we kept calling from there. This is how actually it's done. And in our test automation, this is how we're going to be doing this.
Can you go to the first class calculator? Yeah. Do we need the line number 20 here right now?
We don't. Very good question. Look at this. Is also probably giving us a hint that, hey, you created it, but you never used it. And this one is complaining, saying you created the input, you never closed it. So you say input dot close. So there won't be any resource leak. You save it, all of those errors are gone. But those errors won't fail your test case. It's just gonna look like, why do you even need that? You're wasting a line of code. Very nice observation, Stanley. Any issues on this page? No. Looks like everybody happy. Any issues here? No. IDE telling you all good. Control S to save it. And everything saved, all working fine as a beautiful calculator. It will also give you that crazy thing if you put in 25, 12, and I put my name Stein. I was going to say you are crazy. Okay. Any last questions before we end the class today?
How could we avoid the message, the last line of the console, the result is 0. So if it doesn't do anything, then why doesn't it omit the result is 0? So what to be done in that case?
Good question.
We can create an if here, right? If
else.
Correct.
Yeah, if else. If showing like result is crazy, then no input, nothing.
Right here, exactly. So we could say if, remember, first part of if is easy, no brain required. You do this frame thing, you bring what you wanted inside it, no brain required. Oopsie. Where you need the brain, I'm just deleting these lines, is right there. What are you gonna say here? That's gonna be a tricky thing. But obviously, what do we want to say? We want to say if this is 0, then
No,
don't even print it,
no,
right?
no. We want to say like if the input like means not add subtract, if it is something else,
Mm-hmm.
then
If we don't have the 4 cases
Mm-hmm.
above,
Mm-hmm.
in that case, we have to, it will not appear.
But here's an easy way to do this, which is not the best thing to do. You could also say this result dot is, sorry, result, you could say equal to 0.0. And it will do that. Well, if the result is 0.0, then don't even print it. So you're gonna put a not symbol like this with an exclamation mark. And then put this whole thing in the bracket. So first Java is gonna look at the result. If that is equal to 0.0, that means no operation was done. This whole thing will become true. This not will make it false, and false meaning this won't get executed. Very tricky way of doing this, but it works. Look at this. But it's not foolproof. But let's code. Here I put in 10, another 20, and then I put my name Stein, and you say you are crazy, and it didn't print out the result. Okay. Here's
One
a
more
problem.
thing.
Yeah, here's the
One
problem.
more
Look,
thing.
if I do 20, okay, and I put another 20, and then I say subtract, well, the result is going to be 0.0, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to get caught by that 0.0. And it
Can I
won't
go to
actually...
line number 35 again? Can I go to line number 35 again?
Mm-hmm.
If we go to the line that the result is whatever, if we omit after the plus sign.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, not this one. Where actually, yes, the result here is the result when 0, but we are crazy at the same time. Oh, actually it is showing both
But
the result
Stein,
and the message.
Stein, can we write instead of if, then you use the bang, then within the bracket result equals 0. So instead of that, if we write result, then bang sign equals 0, will it work or not?
I'm not sure what that is.
Can you try?
What are you saying here? So should I keep this or delete it?
No. You just delete the bang sign. If, then bracket, then bang sign. Okay. And you put it after result, bang, then equals. You delete one equal sign and you write
so like this
bang,
exclamation equal?
Yes.
This works too. So if result
so that is the easier. That is the
not
easier
equal to
not
this,
equals.
correct.
Yes.
Good observation. Run it. Let's see. So we do 10, 20, 10, and what? Like Stein? And then it didn't print out the number because the result came out 0.0 or it was 0 already. It didn't do that.
Yeah.
But you saw one case where you're gonna subtract and 20 minus 20 becomes a 0. It still doesn't give
20
you
minus 20.
So this is
That
not
would
the
give
best way
nothing.
to do this. This is not the best way to do this. Here's the best way to do this, but it's going to be a very long writing. You take this user given
In this case,
operation.
actually, we need to other than if we type anything other than add, subtract, multiply, and division, then it's not going to show this result.
Right. You are going to say if user given operation dot equals ignore case. Sorry. Remember that one? And over here, you put in add. Okay. Only then display the result. That means you got to have how many of these?
4.
4 of these. Well, you're welcome to put an enter right here and make it come down like this, no problem. And you could just copy this whole thing, still in that bracket, but you have to put a operator here to say or. What symbol do we use for or?
Yeah.
Remember
Oh,
that?
yes, exactly.
So with that
Or
or
Yes, that
symbol,
line.
you could say, hey, also sub,
Subtract. Yeah.
take that
Again,
or operator, not and, because you're not expecting all 4 at the same time, are you?
Yes, or.
So make sure you use the or symbol, not the and symbol. And then this would be a mul, and then another one,
divide.
and
If.
divide. If those user given input doesn't fall under these 4 categories, it could be any 4, not all 4 at the same time. Only then you print out the result. Otherwise, you input close and you finish with it. Let's run it. 20
again.
Chisti, and it just says, you are crazy.
So 20 then divide.
If I do
Minus.
20, yeah, look at this. 20, and if I do subtract, this time it will give me the result. Last time it didn't. Look.
Yeah, that is.
So this is the right way to do this.
So
While you marinate that, let me copy paste it on the chat, and that concludes the day.
So Style,
Yeah.
if we use the if statement, then should we use the else?
Not necessarily. It's an option. If
So
you need
If we
to,
don't use the or, then we need to use the else, right?
no,
Yeah, because we used or.
no, there's no rule for that.
Okay, that is good. I didn't know.
There's no rule for that. You
Okay.
have just one if statement, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying if that happens, then just print out the result.
Okay.
You don't need to say else, don't print. Well, it is not print already.
Mm-hmm.
If this doesn't happen, if this doesn't happen, what happens? Java goes to line 40. There's nothing there. Java goes to line 41. He closes the input. Java goes to line 42. This is the end of the thing. Java leaves, goes home. But if you wanted to do something else again, then you could, if you wanted to, you could say else and say sysout try again. Sure. If you find it necessary. 20, and Raju, it says you are crazy, and try again. Make sense?
Yeah, that is.
That will be the only reason why you want to put an else.
Mhm.
Otherwise not.
That makes sense.
Okay. Pretty enough.
So this is the calculator window you are first posting, okay?
Yeah, so I am giving you the name of the class first,
Okay.
and then the notes inside. You can copy paste it straight into that class brackets. Make sure your brackets you're within the brackets, otherwise it might throw you an error. And then the second one is calculations. And the third one, operations. If you wrote a test case that required you to go to 3 different classes and all these lines of code, you are expected to do this in maybe 3 days. Can you do it in 3 days, 8 hours a day? Absolutely. You saw me, I wrote this in 1 hour. You are required to do this in 3 days. The rest of the time you could chill. Understand? Developers are doing that. They write like 1 or 2 lines of code for that whole day. Sometimes. And then for this many code, they might take 3 days, 4 days, which can be done much faster. So don't panic about this. Learn it. When you go actually working for a company, you have so much time. Right now, you're busy because you got a second job and a family. But when you get that job and you got 8 hours to spend there, you can really have the time to go back into your notes classes and start working on it. And obviously, I'm going to meet with you and check your project and kind of give you a head start on how to make sure you're able to do your test cases and write the codes and where the codes are. What you have to do is basically you're going to step into a building. When you get that job, you're going to step into a building. It's going to be like this. Your first thing, get the project, look at the project, open it up, go to every single city, Dallas, Houston, open up all of this. Look at these classes. Look at the cabinets. What did they put where? Where's the storage? Where is the White House? Where is the janitor? And then try to piece together things. And your company hopefully will give you a good training. If not, your boss is going to give you a rundown saying, hey, here's what we write first thing here. Our test case goes there. And then we got this stuff right here that you can use. So that guy or whoever will give you a overview of where is what. You go in and start blending in really quickly. You're now the chef. You walk into a new kitchen, new restaurant. First thing, what are you going to do? You are going to open all the drawers. You're going to look at where the refrigerator is, where the microwave is, where's my stove, where's my gas tank, where's the groceries going to come from? Who is my guy to get the groceries? Jason. Where is Jason? How many Jasons can I clone? You know what I mean? You're becoming a chef and you walk in that door and then you take your time. I mean, take a month. If you need more time, you tell your boss, hey, I need 1 more month to kind of familiarize myself with this project. The whole time, all you're doing is playing around, you calling me. If you get stuck somewhere and I will walk in there with you and I'm like holding your hands and telling you, hey, here's the onions, or here's Jason who's going to give you that. I get you acclimated. Slowly, you start doing the cooking, food, and serving to the people. And when your company sees that, they give you 90 days to produce something, to cook a meal, to do a test case. Within that 90 days, if you are able to jump in and create a test case and put it there, done. Your past is a history. Now you are a really test automation engineer who will succeed for life. Guys, thank you for your patience. Been a long class. Homework is there on the Google. You know, I don't have to show you. Let's meet up on Thursday. If you get a chance to practice those homework, do it. If not, Thursday I'll have the solution for you. And then next weekend I'm gonna grade and post it. I'm not gonna come back and look at the homework if you submit it late. There's no point in me grading your homework. Okay, guys, take responsibility of yours for your work. You know your homework is working when you know you're getting the results. This is the result right here. You don't need me. This is your teacher. Now, you need me if you don't get this. If you're like, Stein, I done everything I could, I get this error, that error, then you need me. And that's what I'm going to do on Thursday. I will sit there, look into your code and tell you made a mistake here. You made a mistake here. And you learn from that mistake and then get you the result. Okay? So don't think, oh, Stein did not grade my work in Google Drive anymore. I'm probably not going to ever touch it anymore. Okay? I don't want to waste my time there. Giving you feedback there. No. You use that Thursday. Now, if you get all the results, you're done. You don't even have to attend that Thursday. But if you're stuck and, behind, you need to piece together the puzzle, you meet me there, and I piece those puzzles together. There may be some misconnections you have, and I can fix those for you. So no more grades will be given on Google. You don't even, I recommend you submit it. And, if you can. If you don't want to submit it, that's fine too. But if the homework's up there, it's going to be there. You can read it and do it. The homeworks are also in the classes. Every class, like this one that we just did, it starts off with the project. Project is the homework. Okay. Same thing that we did in the calculator. You're actually going to be given base of the rectangle, height of the rectangle, and you're going to calculate the area and then print out the area instead of add and subtract and multiply and divide. You're going to have a non-static method. You're going to have a static method. One for area, the other for maybe triangle or something. I don't know. Read it. And then display the area. You're going to have two separate classes. You're going to put them in two separate classes. Those are the things that I'm looking for. Two classes, two methods. Done. Play around with it. Any questions before we end the class?
You.
All right, folks. Thank you so much. Enjoy your rest of the weekend. I'll see you Thursday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Israel.
you, everybody.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks. Keep
Bye-bye.
up the good work.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.